Counselor Hill, would you read us out of closed session, please?
Sure. I move that city council members certify by recorded vote to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting.
Second motion.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I call the regular meeting to order. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Ms. Thomas, would you do roll call, please?
Mayor Walker,
Present.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Here.
Counselor Hill,
I'm here.
Counselor Payne,
Here.
Counselor Snook.
Here.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook.
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any announcements?
Mayor Walker, there's an announcement from Mr. Alex Zan. I'm trying to pull it up unless anybody else has it and wants to read it.
I don't have it up.
Okay. The fourth annual Harambee Family Events Calendar. The Charlottesville, Virginia Harambee Family Events is a calendar that highlights African-American cultural activities in Charlottesville and the surrounding areas. The calendar, created and designed by author and award winner, Mr. Alex Zan, presents countless events from January 2022 through December 2022, and will be available on Monday, December 27th, 2021. Harambee, Swahili, all pulled together, cultural events objectives are to inspire and unify area citizens to communicate more effectively and maintain a positive environment for change and civility. The calendar also strives to strengthen family relationships and nurture cultural awareness, particularly among African Americans who have experienced a lack of inclusion in many area events. The Harambee Family Events Calendar will be distributed throughout Central Virginia, schools, churches, businesses, clubs, organizations, and social media. The calendar sponsors are Charlottesville Area Transit, CAT, Wegmans, Blue Ridge Graphics, Carter Myers Automotive, Mahogany Management, and Van Yerie's Tree Company. To view the Harambee Family Event Calendar, visit alex-zan.com.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Okay. All right, next up, we have recognitions and proclamation.
I apologize, I am having Zoom difficulties. I have somehow minimized the screen. Mayor Walker, Councilor Hill, I would like to thank you both for your service. Mayor Walker, You ran on a platform of unmasking the illusion of being there for those who have not had a voice in many spaces. I would like to thank you for being that voice for many others. Additionally, I would like to thank you for jumping in with both feet and creating programs such as Home to Hope program, which have benefited our community members tremendously, many of whom would not have had the chances that this program has given them. Thank you for your service to our community. Councillor Hill, thank you for the time that you have spent in those last 4 years connecting people in our community, for answering almost every email that has come through, and for often keeping many of us on track when we start going sideways down sporadic paths and trying to figure out exactly where we're supposed to be or what we're supposed to be exactly doing in that time. You have helped me and you have helped others in the community navigate local government. And for that, I thank you for your time and your service. Thank you both very much.
Thank you. Counselor Hill.
Well, thank you. I just kind of have to believe that we're at this juncture. The last 4 years have been uniquely challenging for Charlottesville. This small city has carried a lot on its shoulders, and I believe these challenges have impacted the work that council and staff have been able to accomplish. I acknowledge there's been missteps, and I've been a part of some of those and take ownership of that. So all will weigh heavily on me. And there's much more I was hoping that we could have made strides on before the end of this council's term, and that I would have had the opportunity to be a part of. I have a lot of mixed emotions as I finish my term. Reflecting back, there's so much about this work that has energized me, including engaging directly with our constituents, building relationships with city staff and partnerships with our regional stakeholders, working together to address our problems and our priorities. And there's so much work to be done. And I would love to be part of it in this capacity, but at the same time, this has taken its toll in a way that I could never have predicted. And I knew at the time that I made the decision that I was going to need to take a step back and reassess ways that I can be involved in the community that bring back that positive energy for me. A mantra that I've relied upon during this experience has to filter out the noise and focus on the signal. And I think over the course of my term, I've gotten better at doing that, but believe that the noise has hindered us at times from the signal. It's played out in both what the community perceives versus the reality of what we actually have achieved, which I think is a lot more than sometimes a perception, as well as the reality that we could have accomplished so much more if we had a more effective collaboration among ourselves as leaders and the community working with us more collaboratively that we serve. When you look at how we've allocated our resources and the priorities we've placed on supporting initiatives that most directly impact the most vulnerable in our community, the leadership we've shown on issues that are being considered across the nation relative to what we do and do not want in our public spaces, developing a model for law enforcement oversight, the work that's been done to explore every tool at our disposal to try to make living in this community possible for people across incomes, there has been a lot of positive, and there are so many opportunities for progress moving forward. And I mostly just want to thank our city staff who have and continue to work tirelessly in the face of many challenges to deliver services to the community and achieve council's objectives. I've been inspired by the resilience that I've seen day in and day out from so many in this organization, and remain optimistic about the path ahead for our city. This experience has forever changed me and the lens through which I not only see our community, but the broader world that I live in and I'm raising my children in. I want to thank the citizens of Charlottesville for providing me this opportunity to grow and to serve. I look forward to cheering on the next council and the city staff from the sidelines alongside of you, the citizens. So thank you so much.
I wanted to share just some text from Bell Hooks recently became an ancestor for those familiar with her work. And there's a chapter in her book, Salvation, Loving Justice, that I wanted to share. And I've tried to write my thoughts down, and it's been very hard, but, and I wish we were doing this at the end of the meeting, but anyway. She says in this chapter, progressive visionary leaders have always known that any action which liberates and renews oppressed and exploited Black people strengthens the nation as a whole. Not only do these actions provide a model for ending racism, they provide strategies for the overall healing of America. By focusing more on the personal flaws of leaders, both past and present, the same group, and she had talked about conservative members of our population right before this, effectively deflects attention away from the wisdom teaching of these leaders, provided that they would enable us to care for the souls of Black folks and the nation as a whole. Visionary leaders abound in our society. Many of them are women. Patriarchal thinking blocks recognition of the power of female wisdom and our words. Contemporary Black women leaders know that we can only heal the crisis in our diverse Black communities by returning to a love ethic which stands in opposition to all forms of domination. Before us, visionary Black thinkers, many of them women, have prepared a feast, one that can heal our soul. It is no accident that just as visionary, anti-sexist Black women are finding a voice and making that voice heard, the dominant culture renewed its focus on patriarchal masculinity, white supremacist, capitalistic, patriarchal leaders who benefit from the most disrespect and devaluation of Black female wisdom. And she goes on to say that returning to love and a love ethic can provide every Black person with the strength to survive with dignity and passion, no matter what their economic lot in life. She talks about us being removed from the balance of addiction as a nation, of physical abuse, emotional torture, and the resources to heal our wounds are already at our disposal. And then she goes on to talk about a redemptive love, and that the individuals who can provide that redemptive love are already a part of our beloved community, referencing Dr. King. And making the choice to love can heal our wounded spirits and our body politic. It is the deepest revolution, the turning away from the world as we know it, towards the world we must make if we are able to be one with the planet, one healing, heart-giving, and sustaining life. Love is our hope and our salvation. So just in honor of Bell Hooks, wanted to share that. It's actually been 1,450 days. I've been keeping track for a long time, the number of days. And I think, or you think you know a thing, and I am one of those people who have thought for a long time that I know a lot of things, but this time on council has definitely taught me that I know almost nothing. And minus losing my grandmother in this process a year ago yesterday, and the amount of dedication and time that this position has taken, I probably wouldn't have, any regrets, but I have some regrets there, just with how I've spent time. I think back to conversations on Holly's front porch about running, when I would just laugh at her and, dismiss her and go on to usually eat whatever sweet pastry we were consuming at the time and continue to talk. knowing the exhaustion that she felt trying to serve this community, and ultimately upon her passing, making the decision to honor her by running, not knowing what that, what would be the outcome of that, but just knowing that it had been something that she had asked. I'm sure she asked a lot of people who she thought could do this job well. So I don't think I was the only person, or I know in the fact that I wasn't the only person that she asked. But as I contemplated for a few months, I mean, up until I made the announcement that I was running, I was still contemplating it. It was, a commitment to her work and her vision for this community. Holly used to say, it wasn't a joke, she was very serious, but she used to say we would get t-shirts made with our percentage of the population on it, because of her concern that we would no longer exist here. And based on current census numbers in Weldon Cooper and what was going on at the time, she was definitely on to something. I had originally planned to announce my re-election in March of this year. And Holly's birthday is in March. And I quickly came to the realization I was going to quit in December, but that's another story. Stay on track. This is why I should write stuff down. But December of 2020. But I quickly came to the realization that I spent all of my time contemplating the last time based on Holly asking me a question and wanting to fulfill some of the things that were her desires for this community. And it was all about honoring her. It was never something that I thought would be a part of my life, or that would work, or that I desired to spend my time in this way. So this year, as I was contemplating, when I was already struggling quite a bit, it became really apparent that it probably wasn't the best decision. And I delayed it for months, and ultimately, everyone knows that the firing of the chief was what ultimately just sealed it for me, that it was probably a better space and time for me, to do my work, whatever, that work turns out to be. With all that said, I have learned so much during this time. And I wouldn't, I would have preferred to spend time with one of my favorite people in the world more, and family as a whole. I wouldn't give this time up. I think that we are in a space where we have to decide who we are going to be as a community, and how we're going to lead, and whether we're going to lead through love, or whether that call for normal status quo is going to be what influence our decisions. As I've told the council multiple times, that making the decision and being honest with the community about where we are as a community is going to be essential for whoever comes next, whether it's council member, city manager. For this to be successful, the community is asking who we are and how we fit in this world. And are we going to allow these systems that have been created off of pillaging communities, destroying people, and off the labor of those enslaved? Are we going to continue to let those foundations rule in modern day? Those are never going to be easy topics. It's never going to get easier than it has been the past 4 years. And the only way it's easier if we ignore that call and we try to return to the state that we were previously in. We talk often about the business of a city. And as we can see that even in the turmoil that we're in, what America usually hinges its success on is that capitalistic thinking. And so in that, the city has maintained the ratings that say that we are able to financially operate as a city successfully. There is not trash all over our streets. People are still moving here, businesses are still booming, like all of that stuff is still happening. I think the business of governments has to be an equal investment to the destruction of people, to the healing of those people. And until we make that decision, there's going to be continue to be this fight about what moving forward looks like. Charlottesville could very well become a city that's almost all white, wealthy, and people would rave about that. We're almost there. And nothing, as toxic as people think I've been over the past 4 years, nothing has stopped people who are aligned with that vision from coming here, from opening business here, and from raising their families here. And that means that for people who do not have that power, for people whose voices are not often heard, we're going to have to be very intentional about what it looks like for them being here. We can be a community where in 25, 30 years, we put up plaques and say Black people used to be here. We can put up plaques honoring the Black people who are now on the outskirts of the community or in other places. Or we can be this very vibrant community where our people who have been disregarded in the past can actually have a chance to thrive here. I make no apologies for fighting for us to understand that there are people who suffer every day. And when I think about the fact that I come from, and I talk about the women who raised me all the time, but I come from women who are just the most compassionate people. They are everyone's favorite. They are amazing women, and what their struggle living in this community and surrounding counties have looked like. My great-grandmother was born in 1912 and in Louisa County, Virginia. And there's a lot that I could go into her, but just amazing, beautiful person. And their fight, while I am very vocal about what my fight is, my great-grandmother, grandmother, and my mother, what they tried to do was instill, no matter what went out in the world, that we were loved and that there was joy, to combat the world. I am so fortunate because of that, because a lot of people, families, want to display and show that love. And because of what they have to do to survive every day, it seems that that love is missing. And a lot of those families end up in our social services and human services system. And what is missing there is that just their inability to get through the torture that they're put through every day. And a lot of people think that it's just your own actions that are leading you here, And they don't look at the system that is treacherous, that needs to be destroyed. And so when people talk about the fact that we have been through in the past 4 years, the turnover, and some people have used some of the turnover that should have happened to their advantage when it was convenient. And any video that you pull of me will show that consistency and how I made decisions. But creating an equitable community, destroying the system that upholds the white supremacist thought process, that upholds the status quo, that upholds the fabric that America was built on, and that Charlottesville is a local model of, is the work that's going to have to be done. And anyone that thinks that we're going to be able to hold hands in a circle around a campfire and kumbaya this, they are not being realistic about what it's going to take to actually ensure an equitable society exists. And so I hope that you all are about the business of continuing that work. I hope that when the challenges that you will confront, that you confront them, and that you don't just place blame on what has occurred the past 4 years and why it is difficult for you to do your work. I hope as you come to the realization of moving past placing blame primarily on me, that you understand the healing that is needed in this community, and that your obligation, hopefully you understand your obligation to mend. And it is all of our duties to ensure that what happened in the past, at some point, you have to right the wrongs. And that's where we're at as a community. That's where we're at as a nation. And we're either going to destroy ourselves, or someone is going to take the plunge and figure it out. So for those people who have supported me, and I appreciate your belief in me. I appreciate the work that we've done together. I don't know what continuing this work looks like, but I will tell you that I am more equipped than ever to continue the work that we've started. And I hope that you all don't give up, and that you're not discouraged, and that you understand the importance of this mission, and that an election cycle or being a member of one body, while this is very important, and I don't want to downplay it, there is the community as a whole, and the fight has to continue, and figuring out what that looks like, and how to move it forward is going to be important for the community that we've all said we desire. So thank you all for, from those who voted for me and have supported me along the way, and even for those who supported me at one time and no longer supported me, to those who never supported me. I hope that we all have a common goal of making sure that everyone in this community can have vibrant lives. Okay, so any other comment? All right.
Mayor Walker, if I could, I just wanted to say briefly to both you and to Heather Hill, I've learned a great deal from both of you over the last 2 years. Some people may not know that you had gotten, for the rest of us, a copy of the book Black Fatigue, which I read. I also, when I saw that coming through on a city credit card form that you had gotten a copy of the book Black Butterfly, I bought that book and read that too. I've learned a lot in reading those things, as well as just in conversations with you. And I know that you probably regard me as a lousy pupil, but I have learned from you, and I appreciate your service, and I appreciate the fact that we've had a chance for you to tell me a few things over the last couple of years, and I'm sure you'll have a chance to tell me a few more things in coming years.
Likewise, just would thank both of you for your service and echo what others have said in terms of, I've never once doubted the sincerity and the commitment to justice and improving the community. And those are things that you often cannot take for granted in politics by any means. And I think over time, myself and others will appreciate more how rare that is. And I was just thinking this weekend about, the policy legacy in terms of things that were considered not at all on the agenda or impossible: redevelopment of public housing, friendship court, police civilian oversight, expansion, tax relief, so many things, home to hope, things that have a direct positive impact on people's lives. And I just hope in whatever role I'm able to, I can help maintain and expand that work over the coming years. And I know it hasn't been an easy 2 or 4 years for anyone, but I think there's so much that your advocacy and commitment to justice and real change has achieved. So thank you both.
Okay. Next up, we have the boards and commission appointments.
Yeah, I move that council appoint the following to the boards and commissions. The Board of Architectural Review, Sherry Lewis, Hunter Smith, Clayton Strange, and David Timmerman. To the Historic Resources Committee, Richard Wilson. To the Human Rights Commission, Mary Bauer, Wolfgang Kepley, Andy Orban, and Linnell Van Schill. To the Minority Business Commission, Aria Garland. To the Region 10 Community Services Board, Richard Stott. To the Sister Cities Commission, Allison, I'm sorry, I wrote over the top of this name. Allison Brown, Sylvia New Strawn, and Vivian Wong, and Kimber Hockey. To the Social Services Advisory Board, Connor Brew and Sherry Stewart. And to the Vendor Appeals Board, Franklin Fountain.
I'll second the motion.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook,
Yes.
Thank you. Next up, we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Consent agenda: 1, minutes, November 15th work session. 2, resolution appropriating funds from the Progressive and National General Insurance Companies for a loss associated with City of Charlottesville traffic assets, $17,448.47, second reading. 3, resolution appropriating funds for the Virginia Department of Transportation Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Program for bicycle and pedestrian improvements at Preston Avenue and Harris Street, $245,725, second reading. 4, resolution appropriating funds for the Virginia Community Flood Preparedness Grant, Stormwater Management Model of Moores Creek Watershed, $307,000, second reading. 5, resolution appropriating 2020 Local Emergency Management Performance Grant, $7,500, second reading. 6, resolution appropriating funds for the COVID Homelessness Emergency Response Program, Community Development Block Grant, $680,263, first of 2 readings. 7, this should read resolution, I believe, but it's action item approving the final disposition of the Thomas J. Stonewall Jackson statue, 1 reading.
Thank you. We'll open it up to see if there are any public comments for items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. At this time, if you would like to address City Council on matters on the consent agenda, please click your raise hand icon. Mayor, we have a couple hands raised. First one is Thomas Randolph. Thomas, you are on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear you.
The September 7th meeting, I had asked about getting possession of the Lee and Jackson monuments. And I was told by Brian Wheeler and also City Manager Boyles at around 3 hours, 35 minutes in the video of that meeting that you have on your website, that I would be sent an email to apply for those monuments. And I never received an email to apply for them. And I called about 2 or 3 weeks later, and I asked when I could apply, and I was told that the application period had not begun, but still I had received no email about that. I'd received no application form. And then later I read something that, well, I did email Heather Hill, I think, or had an exchange with her. But I read somewhere that the period for applying had ended, and maybe I got that from Heather Hill. But I was never given an opportunity to apply for those monuments, and I'm wondering how many other people were never given opportunities. I mean, you're destroying these monuments. I've never heard of that in this country, of destroying art. And that's what the Taliban does. It's not what we do in this country. And I think the whole process should be reopened. And you should take applications from everyone who's interested in preserving those monuments. They're works of art.
Thank you.
And next up, we have David Rhodes. David, you are on with City Council. You have 3 minutes. I am getting, looks like Mr. Rhodes is using an older version of Zoom. I will have to promote him to panelist, Mayor Walker, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Mr. Rhodes, you're on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Here I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. The love ethic is a good thing, you know. Mayor Walker spoke about her great-grandmother. I wish I had more time to speak about my great-grandfather, who suffered in a Yankee prison in Maryland, but, you know, so far we haven't come together. I'm gonna say something about the statues, of course. I'm sure you guys have already made up your mind about what you're going to do with the Jackson statue, but I appreciate the opportunity to say my piece anyway. It helps me personally, helps me live with myself. I think I felt the same way about 6 years ago when I spoke to a different city council. When I spoke about political compromise, and Mr. Bellamy told me to take my hat and my compromise and take a hike. But it really is too late for a compromise now. And as much as I revere these monuments and the history and the heritage that they represent, they need to leave Charlottesville. and not come back in a different form either. There were people like me who would work all day and month after month would spend shifts downtown all night, making sure those monuments were not destroyed. And if that monument is destroyed, that was a bad decision, bad decision after bad decision. If Lee is melted down and turned into another form of art and put on public display, who's going to stay up all night and protect that? Because will be vandalized. Now, monuments in Charlottesville have been stolen. They have been defaced. They've been chunks knocked out of. And even when these people were caught, the local justice system did nothing or very little to these people. So is another set of rules going to be put forth for this new piece of art? Probably so. So more hate and more divisiveness when these people who vandalized this piece of work, it was a bad decision. Anyway, I'm a proud Confederate ancestor. Very, very smart people seem to not be able to separate me being a proud Confederate ancestor from white supremacy and racism. But yet I exist. I am here and have been given no voice. Bent over backwards for Native Americans about the Lewis and Clark statue. And the descendants of African Americans will.
And next up, we have Richard Allen. Richard, you're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for this privilege. I'm Richard Allen, 1425 Trailside Court, and I salute from the bottom of my heart Mayor Walker and Ms. Hill for their dedicated service to the city. I've been following the disappearance of the city's sign reading site of slave block for 7 years. I was schooled about this by Mr. Eugene Williams, who led the desegregation of public schools in the 1960s. He taught me of his hometown's poor record of racial equity and inclusion. In August 2014, I'm going to say this again, respectfully, 2014, I interviewed Mary Jo Scala, preservation and design planner for the city of Charlottesville, and she wrote to me, the gray slate plaque reading site of slave block was removed from Courthouse Square between 1985 and 2002. I don't know why the gray plaque was removed or who removed it. I arrived here in 2003. The city's Historic Resources Committee is currently working on a new series of Court Square markers. Why was a single one that acknowledged slavery removed? I joined with a concerned team of others forming the Slave Block Citizens Group. We made an exact replica of the sign and tried diligently to learn how to get it reinstalled. In the last 2 weeks, I met with Commonwealth Attorney Platania. He was sympathetic to our goal, but had no power to make that happen. He asked me to see Ashley Marshall, the new Deputy City Manager for Racial Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. Perfect. A city official with the exactly needed responsibilities. And she replied on December 16th. Quote, the key departments needed are not within my portfolio. It is also my understanding that the HRC is actively working on their plan for this marker under the direction of City Council. My office defers to Council. On December 17, her colleague, DCM Sanders, told me the same. He said, we must wait the direction of Council. I had good emails with Phil Varner, chairman of the HRC. He informed me that 7 years later, they are still very busy gathering information and planning to put up new signs. But the good news is that it is you, City Council, whose job it is to direct the managers and engineer to install our replica sign. We don't want to wait another years for that to happen. And so I direct my last question to Councilors Payne, McGill, and Snook. Buck stops with you. Will you give a Christmas gift to our city? This very week, when can we meet with you to show you our replica and see it promptly installed on Court Square? I listen now with respect and thanks for your reply.
And just to make sure, because I kind of spaced out there, but that I heard what he said. I'm just saying I wasn't connecting that we're not in a regular community matter. So this time period is for items on the consent agenda.
And next we have Andrew Shelton. Andrew, you're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you for your time. And I'd like to thank Mayor Walker and Councilor Hill for their service. I just wanted to speak briefly on the statues as a Confederate descendant myself and say that I am very grateful that they have been removed. I'm very grateful that the Lee statue at least has been disposed towards a good purpose for that bronze symbol of hate that no longer looms over our city. And also directly to the gentleman who said that it was a slap into the face of the folks guarding the statue last summer. We all know that those folks were harassing and generally being a bother to the people in town who have to deal with those things. So I think that he should consider that his is not the only opinion on the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I just want to speak on the monuments as well. We know what Charlottesville stands for. We know that a lot of people believe in that big piece of steel and the pain that it caused to our community over the last few years. But I want you all to just take a moment to reflect and think about the pain that was caused to people of color, not just from the Civil War, but also from them even putting those statues up and what it was supposed to mean to Black people, that we were to always be inferior. And I don't know about y'all, because y'all might not want to speak on what y'all ancestors did, but I'm going to speak on what my ancestors did. They fought, and they fought long and hard for me to be able to sit here today and argue with you the way that I've argued with you over the last how many years. And just let you all know, Cena, Lloyd, and Michael, it lies with you all. Y'all ran on platforms that you wanted to help people that look like me. You haven't done it yet. You haven't. This is your chance to do what you say you're gonna do. And not just about a statue, but in everything that you touch, you always have to remember, and don't keep giving us breadcrumbs. We don't want breadcrumbs. We're not birds. We don't want your little sunflower seeds. We're not birds. We're human beings. Poor people in this city deserves more. And they're not at these meetings like me and other people because they're somewhere bagging your groceries or pressing your clothes for you to get dressed for work or cleaning up your bathrooms inside your business offices or washing dishes or cooking at the restaurants that you go eat at. And you need to always remember that. You're supposed to give the same respect to your janitor that you give to your CEO. And y'all need to learn to do that. And I'm gonna speak again later. I got more to say, but I just wanted to say, make sure that you all do the work of diversity and being inclusive to people of color when you make these decisions, even about monuments and statues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have James Groves. James, you're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to make two brief comments in regards to the appropriation of funding for the Virginia Community Flood Preparedness Grant, specifically stormwater management modeling for Moores Creek watershed. I certainly support that allocation of funds. I just wanted to highlight it here briefly, and two items within the proposal that the city submitted for that grant. One is that this area, the Moores Creek watershed, is an area within the city limits that is highly urbanized and includes over 65% of the city's high social vulnerability geography. And then the other thing I would note in the grant application, which again I support, is that part of this work, this modeling work, is going to look at future areas of vulnerability will be identified based on climate change influenced storm events. And so I just want to put that out there as a placeholder for my comments. It'll come in a moment during community matters. I think this grant proposal, which Andrea Henry and others have won, should be commended. It's work that needs to be done before we look as a city at additional development in the Moores Creek watershed. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And if anybody else would like to speak on items on the consent agenda, please click your raised hand icon. Mayor, I see no other hands raised.
All right, thank you. So council, are there any other comments, questions? Any item on the consent agenda? Is there a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Payne,
Yes.
Councillor Snook,
Yes.
All right, that carries 5-0. Thank you. Next up, we'll have the city manager response to community matters and to councilors.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Mayor and councilors and members of our community. We noted that there were 3 matters from the public from the previous December meeting that we wanted to make sure we knew that that we stated that we're in progress of us determining actions. The first was concerning about leaf pickup and the dust that is created. We are working with our public works team and our fleet team to try and determine a good solution to reduce that dust and particle matter that is occurring through the vehicle. The second thing that we noted was a request to rename half streets. While the city currently has a policy for honorary street naming, we are investigating along with the city attorney's office the process to change an official street name to a different street name. We imagine that that will involve also the United States Postal Service. And so we wanted to make sure the community knew that we were working on that. And then the last community matter from the prior meeting that we wanted to make sure we addressed was Mr. Allen's request, but he has just spoken to you all during this time, again, reiterating his request for the slave block marker. Finally, for council, there were questions concerning the city's cybersecurity in relation to the malware breach that occurred in the General Assembly. We did reach out to Mr. Hawks, our interim director for IT, who provided council with a response of the work that they have done to ensure that our systems are solid, including multi-factor authorization, cybersecurity training for all team members, and other methods. While no method is fail-proof, we have certainly invested in making sure that we have the least amount of vulnerability in our technical systems as possible. Mayor, that is the end of the report that I have.
Thank you. Councilors, any comments or questions? No. And just on the street naming process, Miss Mary Carey has that request in that she's had about changing McIntyre or portions of it. So just hope, put that on the list for staff to not forget to make sure that she's updated when that process is determined.
Yes, ma'am. Deputy City Manager Sam Sanders is already on it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Community Matters. It looks like we have 6 pre-registered speakers. And so we'll have 10 additional slots, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. And the first speaker is Kimber Hockey. Kimber, you are on with City Council. You have 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Hockey, are you with us? Mayor, I could try Ms. Hockey again at another time. Next up, we have Philip. Oh, I think we have Kimber. Kimber, are you with us? Kimber, we are going to try you another time. Hang in there. Next up, we have Philip Harway. Philip, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Walker and members of the City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I also would like to commend Councilor Hill and Mayor Walker for their time providing their expertise, their hard work, and their opinions in an attempt to make Charlottesville a much better place for all of us. I live on Alta Vista Avenue in a house that was originally built in the 1920s. The house is solid and it was updated in 2010. At that time, the owners protected this structure by capturing water that flowed to the house regularly. The property sits slightly lower than the adjoining properties, and water from those adjoining properties, alleys, and streets flow towards it. Fortunately, this is an area of town that's nowhere near any other water sources other than the natural rain. And they were successful in their preservation efforts, and my wife and I are happy to be here in this house. This still remains a large enough problem, though, whenever it rains, that when I heard and saw what was being proposed on Nassau Street, I was aghast at the idea that anything would be built here, much less being considered for upzoning. There's so many stories in the news regularly about construction being placed in the wrong places, stories about construction being done poorly or not sufficiently considering the effects of water, and stories of communities being ravaged by water overflowing the banks and rivers and creeks. I've been made aware of previous flooding on Nassau Street, its proximity to Moores Creek, and studies showing this is already a questionable area for construction. This is not even considering what we know is coming down the pike towards the Saul, considering the climate change worldwide that we are witnessing more and more. So my question to you tonight, as representatives of the citizens of Charlottesville, knowing what is known today and thinking for a second about what is likely to happen climate-wise, how can you approve an upzoning which will lead to more construction in such an area when problems occur here, as they likely will due to weather factors, and analyses are made looking back to the decisions you're contemplating tonight? Will you look back and realize you helped facilitate the likely disaster, or that you voted against it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to try Kimber Hockey one more time. Kimber, if you're with us, you are on with council. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Well, first, I want to reiterate my thanks for the service of Mayor Walker and all that she has done, as well as Ms. Hill. I also want to say that I'm very happy to hear about the Kenyan tradition of Harambee being mentioned as my year in Kenya. That was often a call to the community, to everyone to put together, and I would like that to happen in Charlottesville. Other than that, I'm talking about the asking for the denial of the upzoning on Nassau Street. I've sent a long email, as others have, talking about the clear conflict of interest that exists because the person applying for the upzoning also rewrote the flood maps to his advantage. This is a dangerous flood zone area, and history has shown that there has been floods in multiple years. Let me write them down here: in 1924, 1937, 1942, 1944, 1955, as well as 1969 with Camille. And we're talking about supposed 100-year floods. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know, 7 something events that have happened. This is going to happen again. It's clear. The city should not be building here. If y'all have read the Army Corps of Engineers report, it's quite damning for this area, as well as eyewitness accounts. Floodwaters have covered Nassau Street. By providing the amount of infill that is happening down there, you are simply increasing the issues for surrounding neighbors. This is not a question of what's it called, common enemy and such, because of the quantity of infill and construction going on. And I would hate for people to file lawsuits against the city for the decisions to allow construction in these areas. As we mentioned, there was a mention in a email from Mr. Shimp, excuse me, that there was some wetland disturbance, so that should be studied. Last but not least, we're talking about affordability, and there's no real affordability going on here. Now, we should not be building here at all, of course, but if you are, at least, oh, I don't know. It's just the whole thing is ridiculous. Please deny this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next we have James Groves. James, you're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is James Groves, and I'm a city resident. This evening, as the year draws to a close, I would like the city to embrace an end-of-year resolution to make 2021 the last year when it ignores climate change. To protect our city's residents and to contribute to a global solution to climate change, Charlottesville must begin to move now. This fall, as the comprehensive plan was being finalized, I urged the Planning Commission to insert language into the plan committing to a phase out of natural gas service. On October 8th, 3 city offices asked for rejection of that idea and indicated that they would instead like to study the city's gas service and provide recommendations of some sort at a later date. At your next meeting, I would appreciate an update on the progress that city officials have made in planning for elimination of the damaging emissions from the city's gas service. Tonight, you can jumpstart action on climate change by denying the Nassau Street upzoning request before you. Climate change will bring more intense rain to Charlottesville with periodic threatening flash floods. Historical and recent independent analyses of Nassau Street indicate extreme flood risk there. 2 weeks ago, I was extremely disappointed to hear the developer downplay the risks. He indicated that his proposal would put homes many feet above the 100-year base flood elevation, closer to the 500-year flood elevation. In fact, recent flood maps, including maps the developer himself has had a hand in writing, show the proposed buildings at the water's edge or inundated by multiple feet of water during 100-year events. We should await the results of the new flood preparedness grant before considering further development in this area. Placing moderate income residents in harm's way without such analysis and without flood insurance is not the route to racial equity or fair, affordable housing in Charlottesville. Beyond these two items, remember that the city has not provided an update on our greenhouse gas emissions in 5 years. Also, 2.5 years have passed since the City Council asked staff to prepare a climate action plan. And as of tonight, no plan has emerged. Best wishes for a healthy holiday season, and thanks to all, but especially Mayor Walker and Councilor Hill for their service. Good night.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Mark Cavett. However, I do not see Mark Cavett as an attendee currently. So we will go to our 5th signed up speaker, which is David Coleman. And David, you are on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes. And I am getting a message that his version of Zoom is incompatible. I would have to promote him to panelist if that's okay with you, Mayor.
Yes, that's fine.
And David, you're on with the council. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not sure where I was cut off before. I appreciate it. Another 3 minutes. I just want to say I know it's very hard for very smart people to separate me being a proud Confederate ancestor from white supremacy and racism. But I do exist. For example, it's hard for very smart people to separate people that are pro-vaccine, COVID vaccine, from people that are against mandates. But, you know, there's still individualism. There's still people who don't like being told what to do, and for sure, not who to honor. I wish people could separate the government from the people. Back in the day, City Council, Charlottesville City Council, enacted a segregation ordinance, not the people, not the people. And, you know, when you decide what to do about the Lewis and Clark statue, you bend over backwards to get Native American opinions, fine. You bend over backwards, I'm sure, for the new slave bloc to talk to descendants of slaves. So where am I as a Confederate ancestor? A lesser person? I've never been considered in this 5 or 6 years, seriously, that I know of. I've written, I've talked, I've written, and I've talked. So you can't fight hate with hate. You can't fight racism with racism. I hope you do something with the statues where the people who do want to enjoy them will enjoy them. Somewhere private, if they can choose to see them, they can see them. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our last signed up speaker is Mr. Richard Hopcraft Allen III. And Richard, you are on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council. I am the same Richard Allen who spoke out of turn during the consent agenda. I do want to apologize for my unfamiliarity with the process, and I hope to get better at it. I will simply reiterate the with great brevity my remarks a moment ago. First, deeply sincere salute to Mayor Walker for all she has brought to the conversation in our city across 4 years, and to Councilor Hill for her deep dives into some of the turmoil and complexity of what our city's gone through ever since August 2017, and for her work on the Historic Resources Committee. You folks are diligent patriots for our city and to be admired. Thank you. And finally, I will simply state that I will come back in the new year and reiterate my final question, which was to Councilors Payne, McGill, and Snook. Councilors, the buck stops with you with regard to a city-installed plaque that disappeared, according to your own preservation planner, sometime between 1985 and 2002. Dozens and dozens of people have been besieging you, asking you to replace that plaque that acknowledges enslavement. It should be in the center of town with all the other magnificent gray plaques. And I will reach out to you and new council in the new year. If you do not choose to go into a meeting later tonight and simply decide to give the city a Christmas gift and let us show you our perfect replica of the site of slave block sign and allow us to install it, but only until HRC comes in and actively does its own renewal on Court Square at some point, hypothetically next year or in some future year. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our signed up speakers. I was looking for Mr. Cabot. I don't see him signed back on. And I do see 5 additional speakers with their hands raised, Mayor. Next being Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening again. First and foremost, I just want to say, Mayor Walker, thank you so much for your service. You know, we didn't always agree. We agreed with about 98% of things, 2% we didn't agree with. But I just want to recap Charlottesville in these last few months, because you've definitely taken the blame for a lot. And you haven't been the only person involved in operations. Let's make that clear. And I want the record to reflect that. So I'm gonna go through and just talk about how each person has involved themselves in operations other than Mayor Walker. Heather Hill was very involved with Andrew Baxter in the fire department when they were targeting Dr. Richardson. There's a recent FOIA request that I received where she is considered their ally. Lloyd Snook was heavily involved with the more recent incidents of Chief Brackney, where his intel or his person told him that there was going to be a secret meeting. We know that that was nobody but somebody from the PBA, Lloyd. More than likely, it was Denise Lunsford. We also know that Chip authorized a raise for the following individuals: Tito Durrett, Ashley Marshall, and Sam Sanders. Now, for you all to be given raises like this, and Ashley being the director of equity, inclusion, and everything else, race, ready, whatever, we know that there's people in this city that just got up to $15 an hour. So the fact that we're giving people raises that played a role in removing somebody in a wrongful termination of a contract is absolutely wrong. So, you know, as much as Heather, you want to walk away looking like you did a lot and that you did great work, you were in everything but a church. You was involved with every person that's walked away from this city of color. You snaked your way into being involved in that. And now Lloyd is the new you moving forward. He's going to be the next one to act just like you. You can put the blame on the mayor all you want, but it won't stick. Only people that look like y'all gonna believe that. Only white people gonna fall for that. Cena ain't had a voice the whole 2 years she been on council. But then when Brackney was terminated, it's Chip's decision, let Chip do his job. Chip did the wrong job, Cena. And Michael, you just don't say nothing. So 2 more years of you not saying nothing, I don't think we can deal with it. So y'all better figure out what y'all gonna do to turn this city around. Or we gonna be in more hell than what we've been in these last couple of years. And it ain't been pretty. And you're not gonna have the mayor to put it on this time. So who gonna be the one that you gonna point to now and say they're the reason? Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Robin Hoffman. Robin, you're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, everybody. I want to congratulate, first of all, David Dillahunt and Joe Rice for putting on an amazing Christmas illumination. And it was aired a special on Channel 29, which I know David spent a lot of time editing. It was amazing. But I want to say that the work and dedication that the communications department again puts forward every day is something that the city can look forward to. I think very much I want Nakaya and Heather to have their own show. I mean, this is ridiculous that we have stories that need to be elaborated on. When I have a TV show, I do series now. So, you know, I did like 3 episodes, 26 minutes of the Botanical Gardens, climate action, whatever. And you know, that did have an effect on how people think about things, you know, that, you know, ideas were provided as normalcy, you know, like how can we do things creatively? Please, please, please tell your stories on CPA TV. People watch me for 12 years. I'm not saying this for any other reason, but that they tell me, they call me by my name in stores, and they know my, I guess, you know, feeling for being able to tell a story is because it's about Charlottesville. And it's about me being in Charlottesville. It's about the people that are involved in Charlottesville. But you are Charlottesville. The city council, I think for the last 4 years, and certainly for the last 2 years, has been telling their story. And we need to continue that. I think that that's going to make a difference, and people are watching. I think the effort for 26 minutes now, you can do it with your phone, would be amazing. You know, you can get on a program every day, every week, whatever you want to do. And but thank you very much for serving. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Grace Softier Hayes. Grace, you're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes. Grace, you will have to unmute. We can hear you.
For the gift of your words and your works, I am deeply grateful. Thank you so much. I'm speaking today on behalf of I'm speaking today on the final disposition of the city-owned sculpture titled "The First View of the Pacific," also known as the Lewis, Clark, and Sacagawea statue. I'm speaking in favor of the resolution and the statements that the family would like to add to that resolution. I'm deeply grateful for the gifts of Sacagawea's ancestral familial descendants who have come to visit our city on numerous occasions to do collaborative works with the community and the city of Charlottesville. My mother also taught me to lead with love and to acknowledge the truth even when it's difficult. When I went to see the museum, Native American Museum in Washington, D.C., after moving here from Texas and Oklahoma, it took me 3 years to be ready to go. And when I got there, I sat in my car for a good 3 hours before I was ready to get out and walk in, even though it was our own people who had done the works to put the presentations together in collaboration with the US government. It was because I knew there would be strong emotion, and I also took 2 days off of work the following 2 days after returning so that I could process and be ready to hold my composure in public afterwards. I appreciate some of the speakers today who said that although they have feelings of their own about these statues, that they agree that because they do evoke strong emotion, which can be, I can tell you, debilitating in regular functioning day, to have them placed in a place with collaborative works between Indigenous community members, the Lewis and Clark Center, the city of Charlottesville, Monacan Nation, and Sacagawea's family themselves. So I speak in favor of the resolution, and the words are critically important because they are the things we say that we already do. They are the same things that are in our current laws to protect equity. And so just to acknowledge them on paper is important so that we can say, yes, we know this is right, and we stand together in doing this work. We have a word in Chigasha, hika. This word is on our stop sign, not the word stop, because instead of the negative action of stop, we have instead a word that says stand to attention, pay attention, and be aware and be ready to be mindful of others. So I say, let us both be walking toward one another so that we can meet in order to talk and have a good way of building right relations with one another.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Nancy Carpenter. Nancy, you're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Very good. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. I wanted to say very quickly that tomorrow, December 21st, is the one day of the year where we have the most hours of nightfall, of darkness. And as always, on December 21st, there's a national recognition of that through the having of homeless vigils. Now, the Haven this year is actually going to have an in-person remembrance vigil at 3 p.m. tomorrow at the Haven with masks required and social distancing. It's a time of reflection and remembering those who have passed this year due to the challenges of being unsheltered, and those who have passed in previous years due to those same challenges. And I wanted to also put a bug in your ear that there seems to have been an uptick so far this year of women who are seeking non-congregate shelter because they are literally homeless. And right now, it's very difficult to find a placement for them. I know that the city has recently said they have this little, I would call it a rainy day fund. I know you all put some money away. I think it sounds to be in the neighborhood of $5 million. And was wondering if we could put it out there perhaps, and maybe the conversations are already happening, but trying to figure out how to address this, perhaps by helping to assist TJAC, which is the lead agency on homeless service providers, perhaps get a block of rooms through the cold season, you know, We have a wonderful organization, Pacham. However, they are stretched thin and all the projects that they're involved in as well. So it would be nice to be able to house these women as they come along, because we know that women out on the streets are so subjected to exploitation. I think the figure I heard, to kind of give a context to it, was perhaps in the last 2 weeks, 10 women have contacted the homeless information line, and unfortunately there was no place to shelter them at. So if perhaps that can be a project that can be addressed, that would be super, because we really haven't, we've had cold weather, but we haven't really hit our cold season yet. And with a lot of things going on in public health and in the economy, very likely to perhaps see even more of an uptick. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Jeffrey Fogel. Jeffrey, you're on with the City Council. You have 3 minutes.
I want to speak about the civilian oversight ordinance that you're going to consider tonight. Not because I think they'll make any changes in it, because I assume that it's a done deal, the way most of the things that are of importance are done by people who run the city, in secret and a done deal. And that speaks to my second point. But my first point is, the ordinance reads that the Civilian Review Board may not compel testimony from anybody, an officer of the law. Comrade Snook explained to you that the Garrity decision of the Supreme Court required that, but he was wrong. And by now I assume he knows he's wrong, even though he seems to be not interested in the subject matter or of anything going on tonight in council. He was wrong. So what is the reason why you're not going to compel a police officer to explain his or her conduct while on the job? If any of you, and I know you have, worked for organizations and you did something and your employer came to you and said, you as my employee have to explain why you did what you did, and you refused, you'd be fired. What's the difference when it comes to police officers who in the circumstances might be assaulting somebody, might be illegally arresting somebody, might be shooting somebody, but they don't have to explain why they've done anything. Now, the reason isn't the Garrity decision. I'm assuming, because I don't know because he doesn't talk about it, that Comrade Snook has been speaking to the PA or their lawyer, Ms. Lunsford, and that this is what passes their muster. But most importantly, I want to speak about how this ordinance is going to turn into a secret civilian oversight board. And I want to read you, and you've read it already, and I've reminded you of this, and my question to you all is, do you not think? Do you not consider what's written to you? Do you simply follow Comrade Snook in whatever he tells you? Is that, I know there's a lot of rhetorical questions here because none of you are inclined to respond to much of anything that's of any substance in this city. In the version, in the memo of December 3rd, Mr. Snook wrote, they want to make sure that state law permits closed sessions for consideration of both evidence and deliberation of disciplinary matters. That means that all hearings will be closed. If that and when that occurs, I will be part of a coalition to abolish the Civilian Review Board because we don't need another secret body to make determinations about police misconduct. We already have the Internal Affairs Division of the Police Department, and we don't need to spend an additional $500,000 a year because that department either doesn't know how to do its job, does it poorly, or does it intentionally poorly in order simply to protect officers in the force.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rosia Parker. Rosia, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes. Rosia, are you with us? We will try to come back to Ms. Parker. Next up, we have Jojo Robertson. Jojo, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Wasn't thinking that I would speak tonight, but there's just something that I wanted to mention. So a few weeks ago, there was an individual that lived in Charlottesville, Miss Tonita Smith, who is Sage Smith's aunt. She was murdered by a serial killer, and it's just really bothering me. She had 6 children, has 6 children. So there's 6 youth that now do not have a mom. And so this happened, I guess, around Thanksgiving, and there is a GoFundMe out for her burial. And also it may, I mean, from what I understand, if there's anything extra, it's for the kids. And it just really bothers me because I know when Hannah Graham went missing, the world stopped, or at least Charlottesville stopped for Hannah. And I know that it did because I helped a lot with that situation in getting meals for the police and the family. The family ate at hotcakes every night. You know, it's just, gosh, they were toted around by Homeland Security, her parents. And it's just such a difference. It's a huge difference. And I think the people in Charlottesville, the ones that aren't even considering this mom of 6 that were considering Hannah, they should really be ashamed of themselves. I mean, right now it's $6,000, and I don't know, I have not had to bury someone, financially pay for that. But people need to stop and just think that these kids are without a mom this year. And I just want people to look up the GoFundMe. And even if you can only leave $10 or $20 or $5, it just doesn't matter. If all of us collectively gave a small amount, then it builds up. We don't have to, say, oh, we have to leave a large amount. And just think of these children right here at Christmas time and what they must be feeling, knowing that this is how their mom passed. And think about it, both Hannah and Tonita, died because of a serial killer. But, we don't want to talk about someone that's not young and white and maybe wealthy. And that's something that Charlottesville needs to consider. So please help go look for the GoFundMe for Tonita. I believe the family is has that GoFundMe. So help, when you're considering Christmas this year, think about them. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Rose Ann Abrahamson. Roseanne, you are on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to say Merry Christmas. I'd like to say it's an honor to have known those of you who I've worked with in 2 decades. I am so honored to work with people who have the ability to look ahead, who have the ability to think, and to have the ability to care about others. And today I'm looking forward and to the resolution that will be made in regards to my great, great, great aunt Sacagawea. I appreciate all the hard work, and I'd like to extend good wishes to those who are leaving the council. Mayor, you have done an excellent job, and I hope good things for you. And I'm looking forward to our discussion later. I have asked the mayor to read our context in regards to what we would like to see in the resolution. And again, I'd like to thank each and every one of you. I know it is a difficult job, and just as life is difficult, decisions are difficult, but I wish you well, and I hope that we can make the best decision tonight And I'm just excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Andrew Shelton. Andrew, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you once again for your time. I just would like to speak specifically to the Lewis and Clark statue and what I took to be primarily Councilor Snook's concerns at the last meeting about the possibility of actually getting some money for it. And I want to say that I understand that we are in kind of a financial hole here with the statue removal, but I feel that it is very important as part of this entire process to do the right thing. We have a history in this country of white people breaking treaties with the people that were here before us for financial gain. And I think it would be incredibly embarrassing for us as a city and for those of you that have put so much work into this entire process to vote to send it to some fellow down in Texas for a few $100,000, as opposed to giving it to the Lewis and Clark Center, the people that have worked with us on this process. And it is just, that's clearly the right thing to do. I think we can find money elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, our final speaker is Kimber Hawkey, who is also our first signed up speaker, if you'd like to hear from her again.
It's just one time per speaker. So we can ask just to make sure there are no other speakers.
And if anybody else would like to speak with the council, please click your raise hand icon. I see 3 other hands raised, Mayor, and that will exhaust all 16 slots. Next up is Katrina Turner. Katrina, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, how is everybody going?
Hello.
I want to talk about the statue for one. Thank you for giving it to the Jefferson School. And as far as the Sacagawea, you know, those statues should not go to anyone who is going to praise that statue again the way they did it here. No one should have to go through what we went through here in Charlottesville. And I think those statues, it needs to go to the Lewis and Clark exhibit. The next thing I wanted to talk about is the PCOB. And I'm just wondering if you all are going to appoint anyone else on that board, because I know people have applied, and when you read the boards and commissions, you spoke nothing about the PCOB. And Lloyd, you wrote a letter and you stated how, you know, you thank the people on the PCOB for writing that ordinance. And, you know, those were the only people you thanked. But there were a lot of people who helped write that ordinance. And the People's Coalition was one of the main people who helped write that ordinance. And to only give credit to the people, the group, that's not right. And I just want you all to know that the People's Coalition and many other people had a hand in writing that ordinance. And I would like a little bit of appreciation for everyone else also, because a lot of people worked hard on that. And to Mayor Walker, like you said, you know, a lot of people, you know, voted for you and supported you and everything. And I want to thank you for the work that you've done. And you know, I've been a hard person, you know, and I want to thank you for the work you've done these last 4 years. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
next up, we have Rosia Parker. Rosia, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. These are some words that I would like to leave with City Council as Mayor Walker leaves, because she has been the main voice that spoke for the African Americans in Charlottesville. My whole life is devoted unreservedly to the service of my sex. Of all calamities to which humanity is subject, none is so dreadful as insanity. Where there is no vision, there is no hope. How far you go depends on being tender with the young, compassionate, the aged, sympathetic with the striving, and tolerant of the weak and strong. Because someday in your life, you will have been all of these. I prefer to be true to myself, even at the hazard of incurring the ridicule of others, rather than to be false and to incur my own abhorrence. I have one life and one chance to make it count for something. My faith depends that I do whatever I can, wherever I am, whenever I can, for as long as I can, with whatever I have, to try to make a difference. Whenever you have a dream, you've got to grab it and never let go. Nothing is impossible. There is nothing impossible to they who will try. I am from the poor people. I represent the poor people. I like the workers. I like the people that suffer, because the people have a different approach to life from the people that have everything and don't have nothing to, that don't know what suffering is. I am not a coward, but I am so strong, so hard to die. I don't doubt that it is, but it cannot be much harder than being left behind. Everything I do is for the people. What you have learned and experienced in life comes out in very unplanned ways. Life has all these twists and turns. The bad news is time flies. It is the most important phrase of the Declaration of Independence. All men, meaning all people, are created equal. And that the government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. A life is not important except in the impact it has on other lives. I couldn't face God much longer knowing that his Black creatures are held separate from white creatures in the game that has given me all I own. So first of all, let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. The time is always right to do what is right. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Injustice everywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. That comes down to you, Snook. It comes down to you, Heather Hill, keeping me from off of that PCRB. Like Katrina Turner said, we wrote that for the Black people, for the disadvantaged communities. And for y'all to have sit there and turned the PCRB around and not putting me on that board, do y'all know all y'all did was open up a door for me, an avenue to sue y'all? Because y'all did not tell me that y'all would not be going for new applicants or old applicants. I've applied on every chance that I could to apply, because I stand in agreement with everything that was written.
Thank you.
Y'all did not allow me to.
And we have Mark Cavett back on, who is one of our original signed up speakers, and he'll be our last speaker for the evening. Mark, you're on with City Council.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me now. Had earlier, that was Kimber. I was using her sign in because mine wasn't working for some reason. But going back to my comments for tonight, Mayor Walker, Council Hill, 4 years ago, I gave you each a report from the Army Corps of Engineer. This was recently sent to the other counselors in the format of an email. I hope you looked at it. The report was part of a 71-page report on Moores Creek for the city and the county. At that time in 1971, Moores Creek and Nassau area was a rural area. Reports suggested that localities developed zoning that will take into consideration anticipated flooding. Unfortunately, the city did not heed the advice. The county did. I would like you each to go to Nassau and stand on it. I would like each of you to crouch down till your eye level is 4 feet above the road surface. Look east in the direction of the creek. Everything you see below your eyes will be below water if we have a storm like the one in 1971 come through. You also notice that most of the first floors of the existing buildings would be below water level, not to mention any autos or other items that may be swept away by the water moving at high velocity that the Army Corps expects. Keep in mind that we had storms in 1924, 1937, 1942 was a big one, 1955, 1969, and 1971. The big daddy of all was in 1848. If the current housing was there in 1848, they would have been swept away. That's all I had to say about Moores Creek. I did want to take a moment and say something concerning Macker, which is coming up. On that, I do support that redevelopment property. And my only concerns are basically is that the intersection needs to be redone where Moores Creek and Park Avenue is. And also another concern of mine is that when they came around to the neighborhoods and spoke, the developers, they indicated that there would be some units there that would be at 30% AMI, as well as a number of units at affordable housing. What I last saw was basically a document that indicated it was going to be 80%. So that is a concern of mine as to what happened to the other lower cost AMI. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Rice?
I apologize, I muted myself. I did miscount earlier. Joy Johnson is the next speaker. She will be the 16th and the final speaker for this public comment section. And Joy, you're on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I want to say thank you to Heather Hill for her service, and thank you, Mayor Walker, for your service. As a Black woman in leadership position, what I have found out, and so did Holly, it is a struggle. It is definitely a struggle, but I will leave you with this, Miss Nakaya, because there are times in my life I have I had struggled about whether or not I would keep doing the things I was doing for the people and for myself. This is from Marcus Garvey, which is very dear to a lot of what Marcus Garvey talks about. Is very dear to me because he's from my homeland, Kingston, Jamaica. Never forget that intelligence ruled the world. Ignorance carried the burden. Therefore, remove yourself as far as possible from ignorance and seek as far as possible to be intelligent. You are a strong Black woman. You are an educated Black woman. And what I've learned through my journey, and I've met a lot of good people, Black and white, but still what I have learned is that there are people in this life, if you're smart and you're intelligent, they will beat you down. I love you. Thank you for being the voice of the people. And I don't think they realize that you're more detrimental to them on the outside than being on the inside. Thank you for all you have done. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Okay. Counselors, any comments?
I do want to address something that Ms. Hudson raised about some of the staff increases, just to kind of clarify that this is something very consistently that we've done when we've had people who have stepped up and taken on additional duties, and it's a temporary increase that is typically approved by supervisors for those purposes. And so that's the case of those that were named in addition to other staff who've taken on additional duties. And again, it's not a permanent increase, but it certainly is recognizing the very heavy lift that those folks are taking on during this time of transition.
Thank you. I had that on my list. Same thing. Whether there's agreement or not for what happened in the police department, there is the acknowledgement that we do consistently for staff that if they take on additional roles or if the leader is not in, the person above them is not in place and someone else is fulfilling those duties, that there is a increase. And I've been really consistent the entire time I've been here about making sure people are paid and paid well for the work that they do. So I just wanted to chime in on that.
And the other things I was going to comment on are going to come up during the agenda items. So I'll wait for those comments then.
Is there, I think the comment on and maybe we're going to do it then, but the decision about the PCRB, are you all going to make it when we discuss it about the board, or you want to address that now?
I'm not sure that I understand what
we had the
issue is.
discussion when we reviewed the applicants. I think it was 2 weeks ago, about why we were not going to make appointments to the board at this time.
Well, I mean, we've had the discussion a couple of times about not wanting to make more appointments until we're absolutely clear on what we're asking them to do. Is that, and that's not a discussion of a particular person. It was simply a decision that we were going to hold off until we got this ordinance rewritten. Is that what you're referring to, Mayor Walker, or is there something else?
Yeah, it's my understanding from those conversations that there was an agreement that everyone would be asked to reapply at that time. So I'm not going to be here, but that is the discussion that was had. And so I just wanted to make sure that people understood why there wasn't an appointment.
Well, the version that is before you tonight, as I kind of went around everybody before us, I went around and talked to other counselors. There was not a majority that was in favor of making everybody reapply. So the version that's in front of us here just continues the present board members. I know we had talked about it perhaps being different, but there were not, as far as I could tell, there were not 3 votes for that position. I mean, if somebody wants to make that motion, certainly we can make that amendment when the issue comes up, and I don't know whenever it's going to be, next half hour to an hour.
All right, well, I'll say that was not my understanding of, and again, this wasn't something, because I know that I'm not going to be here, that was led by me. So my understanding of those discussions, but what I will say to Ms., since that is the case, to Ms. Parker, I have supported your application every time that it's been brought up. And would have considered, I have talked about the challenges that have presented with board members, but I don't think that any of the concerns are more any of the people, even current people on the board now, and some who have been on the board and are no longer there, that there would be any reason that we can consider you based on some of the challenges and behaviors of those individuals. So I will, that's my comment there.
And if I might, one of the concerns, and this, I don't think this would come up in the context of any of the rest of the discussion of the PCRB ordinance, but you know, the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement notes that one of the transitions that has to get made from the group that is an activist group that gets the political pressure to have a PCRB or PCOB appointed in the first place, that often those folks are not, they don't have the same set of skills or personalities or whatever else you want to call it. NACOL basically says, don't appoint activists to the board. And that's one of the issues that we have to confront, and one of the things that counselors need to think about as we're trying to figure out who to appoint. And that's just one other factor that goes into it. So the fact that there are people who have felt very strongly about it and have worked very hard for it and have spoken very passionately about it, while that's not a disqualifier, nor is it automatically a qualifier. I'm uncomfortable talking about any specific person any more than that, but I just want to note that NACOL strongly recommends that we not be trying to appoint activists to the board.
So I just have to find that wording. But what I will say, and it's the same conversation I think we're having about this position, about who is hired for positions that are change agents in places like police departments. There's and I'm thinking of a quote right now that I have to find. It'll come to me and I'll share it. But I think it's very important to understand that those are actually the people who change the world. And so if they did write that, and I would have to read everything associated. Yeah, actually it's right here. It's the district attorney in Philadelphia. He says, and I think I read this before, we need to redefine what it means to be a politician. It turned out that all of those activists I have represented mostly for free all these years, who kept getting arrested for protest, are really better at politics than most of our centric politicians. And I think part of us having the discussion about what has changed, what does it look like, who plays a role in it, and this will come up later in the PCRB discussion, but even the discussion around that we've had about if people have had trauma and if they can't ride in police cars, whether they are then maybe fit to serve on a board. And I don't know how you equate, because a lot of people are going to have this kind of trauma and it's going to come up, that should never equate to the fact that they can't be of service. So I think that part of the redefining and looking at things through a different lens, that it'll require that change, that people who may be viewed as unhelpful or because of the way they present, it has to be one of the biggest things that we change, or that you all moving forward change. Are there any other comments? No, okay. So we'll go to break and be back in 15 minutes. Okay. So I call this meeting back to order. Next up, we have a consideration of amendments to the city's adopted fiscal year 2021 budget. First of two readings.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. This agenda item is a public hearing and first reading of the year-end adjustments and appropriation for fiscal year 2021. The audit has been completed, and to close out the city's financial records for fiscal year 2021, several year-end adjustments require city council action. These adjustments are to carry over unspent funds from the last fiscal year to the current fiscal year. The appropriation totals about $12.2 million. This total is comprised of two sources. One is $5.5 million in surplus funds from the general fund for the ending the fiscal year. And the other is $6.7 million transfer from the citywide reserve account to the CIP. And council staff has three recommendations for the use of these funds. I'll go through those briefly. The first one is transfer $6,674,971 from the citywide reserve economic downturn account to the CIP contingency account. As we talked about before, when the FY21 budget was constructed, we created a reserve in anticipation of COVID impacting our revenues. As the year has now closed out, we did not actually need those revenues or need those funds, that reserve. And I should back up and say that reserve was created by not transferring funds, cash from the general fund to the CIP. That was the source of that. And so we're recommending that those funds now make their way to the CIP contingency for future allocation. The second recommendation is transferring $5,503,327 from the general fund balance to employee compensation. And as we talked about before, that compensation package includes two items. One is a $3,500 bonus for employees who work full-time between January 1st, 2021 and November 26th, 2021 as a thank you for their service and essential work during what was a difficult year. For those employees who join the city during the year or are seasonal, part-time, or temporary, they will receive a prorated amount of that $3,500 based on the number of hours they worked during the year. And then the second piece of that compensation is a 6% mid-year pay adjustment for all benefit eligible employees. This is a market adjustment which recognizes the need for the city to retain and recruit qualified employees. And then finally, the third recommendation is transferring $6,393 from the general fund balance to the city treasurer's office. This is part of the agreement that the city has with the Commonwealth when they open the DMV Select office in the lobby of City Hall. As I mentioned, this is a public hearing, and we advertise that back on December 11th and Saturday in the Daily Progress. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have right now, but certainly after the public hearing, if you have any questions or comments, be happy to take those.
Thank you. Councilors, do you have any questions or comments at this time? All right, we'll open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. And if anybody would like to address council on this public hearing, please click your raise hand icon. You have 3 minutes. Council, I see one person with their hand up. It's Mark Cavett. Mark, you're on with council. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Basically, just want to say that I'd like to see a lot of this money, good portion of it, be used towards the affordable housing fund to kind of shore that up and get that going, and towards the goal that you all indicated in previously that you like to have $10 million. So that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Is this for the budget?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So I would like to see more money go into the Affordable Housing Fund as well. But I would also like to see the city do more as far as creating its own level of housing. I know we love to always say, you know, CRHA, but I think that there's things the city could also do with purchasing land space, and, you know, building things themselves as well. That's something that they need to work towards in the future, because I just don't see how anyone in their right mind in the city think that poor people will continue to make it here. It's going to be nearly impossible in the future. I mean, you talking about 6% raise increases in the budget to go towards salaries. You talking about people making $15 an hour getting a 6% raise increase. I mean, come on, do the math. A one bedroom is anywhere between $1,500 and $1,800 around here. So that's just something to think about. Areas around us are giving cost of living adjustments. You all need to take a look at that. There's state jobs, federal jobs. Everybody is doing a cost of living adjustment. To retain workers, they're paying a lot more. It's not just the city of Charlottesville that's losing people to other positions. It's every realm you can think of, federal, state, local, doesn't matter. The private sector is paying a hell of a lot more money to individuals. So that's something that you also can think about, Chris Cullinan, when you work in the budget numbers in the future.
Mayor, I think I inadvertently cut Tanisha off. Tanisha, if you would like to raise your hand again, you have a minute and a half to speak. And you're on with council, Tanisha. Very sorry about that.
What did y'all last hear? I'm sorry. Where did I stop? Because I was still talking. I didn't know I was cut off.
You were talking about the private sector and.
Oh yeah, the private sector is definitely competing and paying people a lot more money. So that's something that you all can think about. I know prior to Brackney's exit, police were complaining about their wages and how they could go and work in other localities and make more money and also take a car home. You know, I just think we got a lot of work to do. And when we all talk about, you know, we want to do the right thing, there's ways that we can do the right thing to make Charlottesville, you know, a place for all. The city may not be paying that type of money, but I think there's things we could put in place to get people to the jobs that are paying $20, $21, $22 an hour. So, I mean, I don't know who needs to hear this message. It's not just the budget department, the finance department, but, you know, we got a lot of work to do. And giving people adequate housing, affordable housing. And I'm very careful when I say affordable, low income housing, because you have a lot of low income employees that work for you that cannot afford to live in the city. So we need to make sure that we're providing a space for them so that they can live where they work. And we also need to be pushing people to get jobs that are paying them more so that they don't stay at the city of Charlottesville making only $15 an hour when they can go somewhere else and make 23 or 25. So again, you got to compete. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Kimber Hockey. Kimber, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, excuse me. I just wanted to say I'm sure that there are a lot of people who do deserve raises and bonuses at the city, and I know Mayor Walker has talked about the need to pay a city council more for all the work that y'all do. I just really want to encourage any budget surplus to be also considered to be given to the Affordable Housing Fund, because that needs to be funded, and specifically to provide money for community land trusts to help people become independent and have quality housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if anybody else would like to speak on this public hearing, please click your raise hand icon. We have the hand raised by Miss Martha Smythe. Martha, you're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I agree with what's been said by several people now, that we really need to put excess monies into the affordable housing fund, understanding that it is already underfunded. So we need to do some work to catch up and put our money where our mouths have been for the last months on the comprehensive plan. So I encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Rosia Parker. Rosia, you're on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening again. Have you ever slept outside on a night like tonight where it's frigid and it's very cold? Well, if you haven't, let me tell you, I have. I've been homeless for 5 years before coming into Charlottesville, sleeping outside, no help with 3 children, and trusting them to social services for them to lose the paperwork to my children. There are a lot of homeless people that are out here. You see them when you sit in front of City Hall. You see them as you walk up and down the mall. You see them as you're driving up and down the different corridors of Charlottesville. Homelessness is a very threatening danger to people's lives, mentally, physically, and emotionally, and spiritually. Everything about a human being of humanity. So therefore, I've been fighting for justice for affordable housing for years. This is something that is in my spirit that I fight for desperately. We need to put your money where your mouth is. You need to understand that life is not a game for some people that cannot afford to be a millionaire, live in big houses with picket fences, looking fancy. I live in a brick house with cinder blocks where it's cold and it's hurting my body. It's dealing with me mentally. These people that are doing the work, they need to be paid, because if they're not paid, they cannot live. And if they can't live, they'll end up back in public housing like I am, stuck, trying to crawl my way out. I've been in a public housing for 17 years, but now it's my time to get out. But I chose to stay here to fight for my people. And if you don't know what it is to fight for your people, then you need to get off City Council immediately. But until then, I'm going to continue to fight with you until you learn what it is to fight for people that are less fortunate than you. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to address council on matters with this public hearing? Please click your raise hand icon.
All right. No additional hands, so we'll close the public hearing and open it up for comments or questions from councilors. I'll say that in terms of, and I've stated this before, the 6.6 million, just to, the thought behind that was the impact of the unknowns of the impact on the fiscal health of the city during COVID. And I think, you know, I'm not going to be here for this vote, but as I've stated, I would press for us to just be more thoughtful in terms of what that money is used for and how it can assist, you know, the public. And there's so many ideas out there, and there's so many uses for this. And it could, I know there are great, you know, CIP and there are staff members who need things funded, but I think we're back to how we prioritize and fund those things we prioritize. There'll always be a list, and this is not letting anything go and it becomes worse. We want to maintain things, but if we had a hit, let's say on the real estate taxes, and the sales tax had not increased, we would have had to use this money for something else. I think this pandemic and based on what I read through the Great Recession, that the city has been able to come out of these things and not necessarily be harmed the way communities that are not as wealthy as ours are. And I just think that this would be something that, you know, we should be more thoughtful about. What does it mean? If we just simply transfer it to the CIP and then we have those asks that's just presented to council randomly based on what's already on the funded or what makes it from the unfunded to the funded list. I don't think that that serves us. And definitely number 2, I support. And again, thanks to staff for working on that and pulling that to get together. And number 3 doesn't, of course, would support that too. But if I were voting on this in January, I would not vote for the transfer to the CIP. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
I was just going to bring up with our upcoming commitment to school reconfiguration, I'm very concerned. We don't know if we can get the state sales tax yet. The change in government in the state level is definitely worrisome on that front. As much I want to be working towards affordable housing as well, very much so. And I believe we have room for that in our CIP budget, or that's where we find the affordable housing money is usually in the CIP budget. So that's where this is going as well. So I mean, this is where my thinking is coming from in supporting this at this time. Because if we don't work on some of the basic infrastructure needs of our city as well, it's just not, I mean, that's where we pay for a lot of the affordable housing grants through the CIP. And we're looking at a $75 million bill for one school. With another school, we're still going to have to reconfigure, and other schools that are badly outdated. We have to start looking at these, and hopefully with ESG and other HUD monies, we also might be able to help further the emergency services grants for homelessness. So some of those have been upped. I was actually hoping to check in next week with our human rights, or not human rights, human services department to see how that is going this year. And I'm definitely in favor of the grants, of the pay raises. Our staff is underpaid compared to pretty much across the board, is underpaid compared to other localities. People have stuck with us through this pandemic, and they have worked hard, and we need to be valuing them. So that's my 2 cents.
And if I could just chime in on that, I think that if you told staff that you wanted this money set aside to discuss those priorities, I think that's different. Or, of course, we know that there are a lot of things that are unfunded on the CIP and things that are on the funded list that, you know, may need additional funding. But if it's going to be targeted, I just think that has to be, I would hope that there would be more conversation about what that looked like.
Well, I guess to that end, I guess my question would be then to Ms. Hamill or Mr. Cullinan, like, what actually happens when we transfer this money, and then what decisions are made based on that decision to transfer? So just kind of curious, like, could you just kind of step us through what that looks like over the next several months?
So it goes into the CIP contingency account, which is unprogrammed. And it truly is a contingency fund in terms of unforeseen needs, either with existing projects that may have cost overruns or projects that were just completely unforeseen at the time. But I think the critical thing is that it gives you choices and it's cash, which has is easily accessible. You can make fairly quick decisions with, as opposed to say a bond issue, which obviously takes some time and effort. So that cash does give you a lot of choices. It gives you a lot of flexibility. And to the extent that you can then have a more thorough conversation around some of these large policy issues, large price tags, you can then program those funds either in conjunction with other funds, such as the CAF, which, as Vice Mayor McGill pointed out, that is in the CIP. If there's something to augment some existing things within that, or again, if it's something completely new, perhaps in the affordable housing realm that we don't foresee today. But again, it gives council the opportunity to act quickly with those funds. Chrissy, I'm not sure if you want to add anything to that.
No, the only thing I would add is just that the contingency dollars cannot be spent unless they come back before council. So it transfers to the contingency account, and then any action to spend those, council has to vote and approve that.
And for example, I can think of a project that's we are aware of right now, but maybe we weren't aware of like a few months ago. And it is in the affordable housing realm, which for a LIHTC application would need a commitment from the city to be successful. And so that's an example that's coming to mind that I would think that council would probably weigh at some point.
But I would hope that, because we have to be more thoughtful about what we're funding. When I got the email about the messages about that LIHTC application, if we're thinking about this in whole, we have to make sure that the projects that we've already agreed to, that we can fund those, and that there's agreement to do that. So we're not even at the point, I think, of whether we're bringing on any new things yet. It's whether, and maybe, you all will be, but there are question marks about the current projects and how to make those successful. And even as PHA asks for more money for this new project, they are contemplating changing the AMI terms in the current project, downtown center of the city. And the council needs to look at that. As one of the speakers talked about tonight, the affordability of what was originally proposed even for MACA versus what is being proposed now, according to them. I have some reservations there, so I've not spent a lot of time there. But again, we will either be in that space where we're talking about like all housing matter, or we will be targeted in our approach, or you all will be targeted in your approach of like where those resources go to. And once it's in there, anything becomes fair game. And so that is a discussion that needs to be had, I think.
I was just raising it as an example because of Chris's point of that. It's just this transfer allows the council in the future to have choices, and that's to me, that's a good thing. I'm not trying to be a proponent for any specific initiative, but just think, especially as Vice Mayor McGill said, with all that we know is on the horizon with our CIP, I see that getting this reserve filled back in is a critical step, given all the priorities that we know are in front of us.
The only other thing I would add is that the citywide reserve in the general fund is in the general fund, and it is at the city manager has discretion to assign those funds, whereas if it were transferred to the CIP, it really is under the pure discretion of the council.
So council, you all will have to pay very close attention when things are being brought up, that you all are aware that these dollars, why they were set aside, what is the intent behind them, and then moving forward, what you all vote on. Because you wouldn't necessarily be thinking, and we've done it before since I've been here, I could give a lot of where things come before us and we don't look at just like the whole picture. I also think that even, a lot of people think they're doing a great job, and I've been saying that and took a lot of heat for it, and I'm going to keep saying it. But the report that we're going to get at the end of the night also talks about, even if these people think that, it doesn't talk about that, this is my translation of what I know to be true, that even if people think that they're doing a good job, some of this money we're just giving away, sustaining organizations and not being very thoughtful about how the community is benefiting from these millions of dollars that we're giving away. So it just has to be just a more thoughtful process in how the money is spent.
Question, I discussed a little bit before, but obviously with the raises to keep pace with inflation and cost of living, just how, if at all, does this relate to the wage and compensation study, and sort of is there any sense of a rough timeline for that moving forward? Because I know that's obviously another huge part of getting employees up to parity and better able to afford the cost of living and comparable to other localities.
As we were discussing this, we talked about sort of 3 timelines that we were looking at, 2 of which we're discussing tonight. One is the bonus, which really is a thank you for work already done during the calendar year. The second, the mid-year market adjustment, is a short-term or medium-term sort of realization of where we are in the market, what other localities are doing, what we need to do here and now to retain and recruit employees. And then the third piece is what you just mentioned, and that's the classification and compensation study. And that really looks at the longer term, more systemic pay compression issue, all of those sorts of things, and also has a very large price tag attached to that. Ms. Marshall is championing that, and Ashley, I'm not sure if you wanted to give any sort of an update on where you are with that.
I'd be happy to. Council, what we determined is that there is an ability for us to move forward with that plan sooner than later. We are working with a firm to update some pricing schedule that our previous HR director, Ms. Vineyard, had begun. So I'm just moving it through completion. And so once that document is submitted, approved, and signed, it is our hope that we will begin by having a first kickoff meeting in January of 2022. Gallagher has told me that they assume that that study will actually take roughly 9 months. So as Mr. Cullinan noted, this is a long-term role, but what we do know is that the 6% is inadequate to raise us up to where we should be for equitable and appropriate pay. So we know that we're not going to find out later on 9 months from now that 6% was too much. That's not going to be the answer. Our hope is that this can get the ball started, but we really need that data to find out exactly how far behind we are and for what members of our team we are far behind, so that we can begin to make a long-term plan along with you all, with the guidance of Mr. Cullinan and Ms. Hamill, to make a determination as to how we will move people to appropriate ranges of pay for the work that they do.
Thank you. The only other question I have is just, I guess when it comes to the money to the CIP contingency fund, is the way I'm thinking about it accurate? And sort of like the elephant in the room is really that the CIP as is not really affordable, and that even if we factor in as an assumption some equivalent of a 10-cent real estate tax increase, that $6 million is basically just going to be eaten up by existing already budgeted projects, again, even with that assumption, just because of how much is in it, or am I not thinking about that accurately?
So I think basically, the 6.7 gives you options. As Chris noted, it is cash. So that is definitely money that you could use to buy down whatever a tax increase may look like. You could apply that as either cash to the project, or you could decide to apply that as cash to the debt service for the school project, which then frees up, $6.7 million of debt for something else, or reduces the increase that may be necessary to afford the school debt project. And so again, I think it just gives you flexibility until we have time to sort of work through these scenarios and figure out these kinds of things. As Mayor Walker noted, there's lots of priorities and lots of things on the unfunded list. And so the nice thing about putting it in the contingency is it gives you time to sort of breathe and figure that out before you have to make a decision.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I mean, as I've said, I think it's imperative we maintain our affordable housing commitments and fund the CAF and our affordable housing strategy. And I see how that gives us flexibility, but I'll say it every time. It still seems like we're going to have a lot of difficult conversations and look at these trade-offs and numbers as they are, not how we want them to be, to make that work.
Lloyd, did you have comments?
I think that I don't really have anything to add to what others have said. I'm concerned about how we are going to deal with that contingency, but I also agree that putting it in the contingency fund gives us as council the most control over how it may get spent in the future, while also giving us the most flexibility. And so I'm in favor of that. I'm also in favor of the raises and other salary or bonus adjustments, because we're seeing that we're losing good people who can go someplace else and get $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 more. We need to be keeping up, and we haven't been. So I'm in favor of the 3 specific allocations.
And my comment based on the compensation study information we just received, and somewhat to the point, there's going to have to be some kind of, agreement, and you're going to have to work really hard to get staff to understand that at some point, based on the conversations that we've had around payment, while 6% may not be too much, there may be a way to distribute those monies where some people who are at lower income levels get more than 6%, and some people who are higher or maybe above gets less. And so there is a better way to do that that's not just across the board. We are not there yet, and we've been having this conversation the entire time that our 4-year time. And so hopefully we'll get there, but at some point people, even if we're in a place where they may be able to go elsewhere, there's going to have to be this common understanding of why certain people are getting more at certain points and why that is. And that's going to take some understanding, because you're not always going to be able to increase salaries across the board. And I think that study is going to show some of the things that have come up before, is that there were some people given raises. The equity study that was done during interim city managers showed that there were primarily like Black women who were not often given raises. And there were some, there have been discussions over time about And even I've worked in 2 departments within the city, even with those departments on who's given raises and increase and when. So there will be some challenges once the study is done, and there will have to be some hard decisions about where to start and who to increase. And hopefully, while everyone is working hard and the acknowledgement of that and like the thank you that's being given today, there may come a time where you can't do that across the board. And I hope that you all are just able to successfully get the city employees on board with understanding why the starting point is whatever the starting point is going to be, to eventually hopefully make the system more equitable, and starting with the people who are probably having the most challenging time surviving as city employees. And the only other thing that I had noted was this is, good, but I still think the changes that were made to leave time, the administrative leave and stuff, especially with employees, the CFD, CPD, this came up with social services employees who are just based on staffing levels, are not able to take time off. And what can we do about losing that time, especially as in a time like this? That is still a big question mark that hasn't been resolved. And so someone was talking and I wrote a note for that. And so hopefully that'll be something that you all can take a look at. Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, so this will be on the January 3rd. And I don't know if we should put it on the consent agenda because there will be 2 new counselors and it will give them a chance, and they may not know about like pulling items as discussed or whatever. So I would recommend that you put it on the regular agenda just in case they have any comments or questions.
Makes sense to me.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for that. And thank you all for your work, especially on the bonuses and pay increase for staff in such short amount of time. All right. Next up, we have amending and reenacting Chapter 2 Administration Article of the Police Civilian Review Board to reestablish the city's Police Civilian Review Board as an oversight board pursuant to Virginia Code section, and it's the second reading.
Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and present it. What you have before you is there have been some changes, not really many major changes, tightening up language and so on from the version that you saw 2 weeks ago. I want to make a couple of points, partly because they were commented on by others. The first is that in the memo, there've been a couple of memos floating around talking about who has been involved in a lot of this work. And it's absolutely true that we need to acknowledge the work going back to 2017 from the People's Coalition, from the Legal Aid Justice Center, from the first PCRB that was appointed, where their basic function was to try to figure out what the PCRB ought to be. And that's some of those folks have spoken tonight. Katrina Turner and Rosia Parker are among those who have been active from the very beginning. The point, I guess, that was being made in one of the emails or one of the drafts was simply to comment on the changes that had been made since the August version that had been passed by the PCRB, and to make clear that there was a group of us, and Bill Mendez and Jeff Frazier from the PCRB, Michael Payne and me from council, plus Ashley Marshall, plus Lisa Robertson, plus Cynthia Hudson, the counsel for the PCRB. Various other people have weighed in various ways to try to tighten the language, to try to make it say what we want it to say. And I think the result is, if you look around at the other ordinances that have been passed by other places in Virginia, we have given to our PCRB, soon to be the PCOB, more authority to do more things than any other place in the state of Virginia. So I think we can be glad that we have moved strongly in that direction. In this draft, there are a couple of changes that didn't get into the version that is in front of you. They're all minor. There are 4 places where we're changing the word oversight to the word monitor. There is one thing that I also want to make clear, that the present PCRB members would continue as members of the PCOB. The terms to which they have already been appointed would continue. One thing that's not in here, but I would also want to add, is that it seems to me that, and let me just talk a little bit about what is currently happening with the PCRB. There is one hearing that is set up under the present ordinance and the present procedures, and I don't know when that's going to be taking place, but I think, judging by some other correspondence, that it may be set for sometime in January or February. We want to make sure that that gets over before this version of things takes effect, because there are different standards that are used, different procedures that are used. And so my suggestion was that we simply provide that this ordinance will take effect on March 1st. This version of the ordinance would take effect on March 1st. That would enable 2 things. One, it would enable the PCRB to have the hearing that they're supposed to be having under the present procedures. And the second thing it would do is it would be the opportunity to finalize the procedures under the new version, which is something that we've always wanted to do. We've wanted to have the procedures take effect at the same time as the ordinance itself. So those are the couple of changes, changing oversight to monitor and so on. And I can run through the specific paragraphs on that, and then making the effective date on March 1st. I don't know. I don't remember whether there were other issues that we were talking about. Oh, one of the other issues was the question of whether anybody, just basically anybody, could file a complaint, or did you have to be an actual witness or the aggrieved person? And this particular version, we wound up taking out the language that we were at one point going to be putting in, that would have made it clear that you had to be either there at the time or the aggrieved person yourself. And now there's no restraint, no restriction on who can file a complaint. But we've also given to the PCOB the authority to decide that there are certain things that the PCOB doesn't want to further pursue, because let's say they've decided after initial review that it just doesn't rise to the level of, or they just don't think there's enough there or something like that. One of the reasons to have the restriction in there was to try to weed out the number of cases that people were afraid might suddenly start coming, and some of which might seem to be not terribly well documented, or that people aren't all that interested in pursuing, and giving the PCRB the opportunity to say, after a quick little investigation, this isn't really what we need to be doing, would solve that problem. And I think that what we have done here does exactly that. There's one other issue that has come up, and I've talked to some members, but not every member of council on this, is the question of whether to require participants on the PCRB to go on police ride-along. Some places like Arlington and Alexandria require 3 ride-alongs a year. NACOL mentions it as one of the standard kinds of training that people ought to be having to go along on a police ride along to see what police work is actually like. On the other hand, there are some folks who feel that that's not appropriate, that it would basically tend to discourage people who might regard being in a police car as a triggering event. It would discourage them from even participating as a member of the PCRB. So that is an issue that I did not get a consensus on from the rest of you all, and would like to ask that that we talk about openly and try to decide how we want to do it. And if we want to put it in there, then fine. And if we want to modify it, one of the suggestions in Richmond, for example, was that there could be a waiver for, let's say, somebody who was in a wheelchair and couldn't physically get into a police car, or there are other provisions like that that could be made. So I wanted to throw that open to you and see what you all feel, and we'll modify the ordinance depending on which way we get 3 votes.
I actually have a list of questions,
Okay,
just to let you know.
fire away.
When the right time is to.
The right time sounds like it's right now, so go for it.
So the ride-along issue is a very big deal to me. Working in mental health for 17 years. This body is very much supposed to be about bringing forward and also listening to people who are seeing a policing system differently than I have experienced a policing system. It's to have a very well-rounded and to really see the whole thing. And if we exclude people based on a bad experience, because of a condition they have developed based on a bad experience with interactions with police, that is narrowing our field. PTSD is real, triggers are real, and we can work around that in different ways. I sent an email about some ideas just off the top of my head about how we could address this, with either having someone walk with beat cops at the university through Rugby Road, or on the downtown mall, that they could still, the whole purpose of this training is, from my experience, from my understanding, is that people understand what's going on and how policing works from the policing perspective. And maybe some of the things that people don't always see that police have to handle. And there's ways to do that that are not just being in a police car. I was wondering even if, the ECC would be willing to have someone sit there and listen, shadow a, and again, I haven't talked to Sonny Sexton about this or anything. These are just ideas off the top of my head, where somebody could sit there and listen to incoming 911 calls, that people could ride along with bicycle officers, or we still have at least one Segway, I believe. They're not that hard to operate. So, we have ways of also getting that training to people that doesn't mean necessarily being in a police car. And I think we can design this training with options so it fits somebody where they are at, so that their voice can be heard and valued. So that's number one on the ride along thing. We can either keep talking about that, or I can bring up my other things.
It would be helpful to me if it's okay with you to hear other counselors' responses on that particular issue. We can get a consensus there, and then we can move on. Does that sound reasonable to others?
That works for me. I wrote my list down.
Yeah, so I brought this up, so my position is still the same, that I don't think it should be mandatory. And that it'll exclude, it could possibly exclude a lot of people, and I don't think they should have to apply for waivers. I think that they could serve the city well on this board and not do ride-alongs. So that's still my position.
Ms. McGill had mentioned the possibility of a walk along or some other training that would allow members of the board to see police officers doing their jobs. And if we can figure out some appropriate language, Mayor Walker, how would you feel about that?
I would have to see the language and think about that a bit.
Okay. How about anybody else?
I certainly think it's appropriate and we should have flexibility from traditional ride-alongs, but I do think that having some kind of comparable, some kind of interaction or training that provides people options outside of the car situation would be a good place to land.
And as I've said, I'm comfortable simply making that component optional.
So there are a couple of ways we can deal with that. One, of course, just take out the word shall, to make it clear that the department would offer ride-along sessions to people, to members of the board who wanted to avail themselves of that. The other approach is the walk along or some other method that kind of drawing on some of what Sina had suggested. Michael, how do you feel about that?
Potentially, yeah. Again, I guess it just comes down to the importance of if alternatives, if those are other also optional or just become something different that's mandatory. And I guess I'm open for it all being optional, really, when it comes to that kind of component, whatever you adjust it to be.
Okay, so we've got 3 votes for putting it in some form of optional. Now, let me, while we're going along, we can figure out that under the B paragraph, section 2-466, paragraph C, ride-alongs, the department, and we put in language that says something to the effect of the department shall facilitate ride-alongs for any members who wish to participate. Something like that. Does that work for y'all?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And also if we can reimagine some stuff, again, like walk along or again, I just want to we have a chance to reimagine some things here.
Okay, the next paragraph talks about additional training that the city shall provide. I think we could certainly fit other things into that.
I'd also like to see in that area if we could mention about trying to do a community walking along that previous members also mentioned that was helpful to them about going in with, I believe it was FAR, and going into public housing communities and talking to people. I think that should be part of the training.
Do you want to, let's see. First of all, let me say, I agree with that. The question, I'm sort of trying to figure out how to fit it into the paragraph or make a new paragraph or something. So how would you want to express it? Did you have some particular language in mind?
Not particularly, I just thought maybe adding it in with under the additional training.
Okay.
The city will also provide board members with additional relevant training on subject. We could also then put in, or we can put it in with, in between that additionally walk-alongs within 6 months of appointment. That there is also, it is highly encouraged that board members But we'd also have to figure out if we would partner with somebody. So I think at this point, we can't say exactly how that would happen, because we would have to see about partnering with FAR or partnering with, I mean, we'd have to partner with somebody, probably.
And I'm not sure we want to be putting that specifically in the ordinance, but I do think we could put in something encouraging members to participate in police ride-along and community walk-along or something like that.
To get a holistic experience.
Okay. Okay, what else you got?
Sorry, this mute thing is killing me. Is there a way? The one thing I do get worried about, if a person, somebody sees something and they say, hey, this is something that should come before the PCRB, and they bring it before the PCRB, but the victim in that case doesn't want it to, for whatever reason they have. Do they have a choice?
Well, that's certainly something that, you know, we've talked about that before. And I guess my sense of things would be that if somebody brings a complaint forward and the aggrieved party doesn't want it brought forward, doesn't want it investigated, that would certainly be a circumstance that the board could consider in deciding not to investigate it. The issue that we get into is that at some level, whether it's through the audit capacity or the ability that was felt to be important, that the board could initiate its own investigations. Under those two scenarios, the investigation would go forward without the consent of the aggrieved party, and that's a problem. And I'm not sure how we keep the ability to do audits and so on without respecting sort of the veto power of the aggrieved person. How do other folks feel about that?
I can see cases as Vice Mayor McGill is laying out, where someone would want to be the aggrieved person would want to have the ability to not have that pursued. But I understand the kind of the predicament that is in place, because we are opening it up beyond the aggrieved person to be able to pursue, and then obviously the board can then make a decision to follow through. But I do share that concern. I think that the person in that case should be able to kind of make that call.
Let me ask our executive director, Mr. Aguilar, is here on the call. In your experience, does that situation arise very often, or did it come up either in Fairfax or in DC, Mr. Aguilar?
Good evening, Council. So the way that I've seen that in DC, in DC we needed the injured party, so to speak, to file the complaint. So they had to have that direct nexus. But I've seen it, there's limitations to an investigation if that party is not involved. So can you actually meet that threshold of the preponderance of the evidence if you don't have that direct testimony? In some cases you can, in some cases you won't be able to. I think another issue here is that you may be able to control it from the civilian oversight component, but if the complaint is received by the police, they still would have this duty to investigate. They may not be able to meet or or have a complete investigation if they don't have that injured party. So it does present some obstacles to the investigation itself. But I do hear the concern about being able to allow the complainant or that injured party to opt out if they don't want their process or their experience to be part of a public hearing. I do, but there's also just very logistical limitations to having not having that party participate in the investigation.
In
I don't
one
know if
of
that
the
helps or complicates.
in one of the drafts we had a couple of weeks ago, there would have been as another subsection to 2-458 section E, section C, there would have been a new paragraph 9 that basically said an allegation of conduct that the aggrieved part that it was not witnessed by, and I don't remember exactly how the language was. Ms. Robertson may remember it because she's actually the one who drafted it, but it basically would specify right there that if the allegation, if the aggrieved party or a direct witness was not the complainant, it wouldn't go forward. That's another way to address this issue, but it does result in some cases where the board would not have the power to investigate. How do others feel about that issue?
And I think based on one of the recent cases where there was a attorney who saw video footage, I think a case like that should be able to come forward. I think that's what Mr. Fogel highlighted. So as long as we expand like the definition of when it's clear, like evidence that someone has witnessed of a violation, that can be brought forward. I do understand both people get scared for a lot of reasons once they bring things forward. So you wouldn't want someone who just out of fear pulls this from being, pulls their situation from being reviewed. So I do understand both sides, but I think that they should have, that we should never force someone into a process. And I can think of several, incidents where that has come up over the past, few years. But there have been times where people haven't wanted things to go forward. There have been times, and that they've been afraid. There have been times where people don't believe that they have the right to bring something forward. So then if someone sees it that understands like you do have the right, you would want them to be able to bring it forward. Once that person is aware of their rights and maybe less fearful, you never know what's possible. So I understand that it's a tricky situation, but I believe that for the most part, that there needs to be some evidence or a direct witness or someone witnessing evidence like body cam footage or something that's bringing it to light, and that those cases should be able to be brought forward.
So for you,
is there a way if those cases could be brought forward, but then the victimized party, and I don't know what else, I don't know a better term and to use in this situation, could then, when brought aware of that, if they said, no, I don't want to be part of this, they can then opt out of it? I don't want to re-traumatize someone who's already been traumatized.
right.
I want to give the power to the person and not take it away from them in trying to protect somebody. That's against that's against everything inside of me.
So the way we've got it broken out under section 2-457, matters the board may investigate. First, can investigate a complaint. from members of the public regarding misconduct, blah, blah, blah. That is not limited to the aggrieved party or to a direct witness, but it's to anybody. Once that happens, once that complaint is made, then it's an interesting problem. I hadn't thought about that.
Like if somebody then, if then the board investigates the auditor, because there could also be a time when, let's say the auditor is going through stuff and they're seeing a pattern, and so they reach out to somebody. And they could either, let's say, do something on their behalf, or they could reach out to them and say, we've noticed this, we would like to do this on your behalf. Do you agree? Or if somebody in the courtroom sees video footage and says, hey, that's a PCOB issue that needs to be brought forward, it's brought forward. When the party is then contacted, they could then say, no, I don't want this going forward any further. But they have the power then in that right. But then it's also still brought forward on their behalf by someone who has seen it and recognizes it for being an issue that needs to be addressed and can be addressed. But then the power goes back into the person's hands as to whether or not they want it to proceed.
If there were to be a hearing, as we've got section 242-459, paragraph A, if basically the complainant, of course, then we're still talking about the complainant is the person who brings the complaint, not the aggrieved person. That doesn't solve the problem. We had tried to make it so that the board could say at some early point, this isn't going anywhere. Let's short circuit it. Let's stop it without having to go through a full hearing and everything else like that. And that was my sense of how the issue would get resolved if somebody really didn't want to go forward with it. The complaint would be received. It would be noted by whoever would need to note it, but it wouldn't have to be further investigated. We may need to clarify that, because this is the kind of process that I wish we could say I'm going to get it absolutely nailed down today, but we may just not get that done. Got anything else, Ms. McGill?
And I had made a note to understand what to just question what further understanding of what Mr. Fogel's issue was when he mentioned garrity. I don't know what garrity is. Again, I will repeat, I am not a lawyer. And I don't know what he's talking. I mean, I've heard garrity brought up on a number of occasions.
Well, I'm not an expert on that, but I can explain a little bit. The garrity decision is a decision that basically says if a police department compels a police officer to make a statement as a condition of their employment, that is a compelled statement. It's not a free and voluntary statement. And that statement then can't be used against the officer in a criminal proceeding. What we've said here is the board may not compel a statement from any department employee. That doesn't mean the police chief, who has the authority to compel a statement, the police chief could compel a statement. And in that case, there's no, I don't think we've got anything in here that says that the statement couldn't be used. My problem, and the reason I don't want to have the board authorized to compel a statement, is that when a police chief makes a decision to compel a statement, that police chief is having to weigh specifically the possibility of prosecution versus the possibility of internal discipline, recognizing that pushing ahead on internal discipline could compound some problems with the criminal prosecution. Whereas if we give the board the power basically to muck up the works for both the prosecution and the police, then I think we're putting the board into a spot that it shouldn't be in. That's my view of it all. Mr. Aguilar, have you had experience with this kind of issue?
In Washington, D.C., we had what was called a CANS, which was the administrative subpoena that we have for officers. And the statements there were compelled. We gave them a guarantee and reverse guarantee in DC. But one of the things that comes to mind, I mean, if we do have the opportunity, and which is written in here, the subpoena, that is another avenue that could be revisited if we do an interview with a witness officer or a subject officer. We believe that they are withholding or not providing the information that we believe is essential for the case. We could try to work it out with the city manager as per the procedures in here. If that doesn't go, then we can go through the board and have them request a subpoena, and we could go that route. So I think that there are options here for getting that statement. I don't feel like we're out of options here if we do believe that one of the officers has that crucial information that we need for the case.
And I should say, by the way, when I was giving credit to other people, I should have mentioned your involvement. You've been a great help as we've tried to work through drafts, because you've actually lived this. You know what we're just talking about. So, Vice Mayor McGill, does that help you understand what the complaint was from Mr. Fogel?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the work that's been put into this. Thank you very much.
And I should add, by the way, just to comment, I haven't spoken to anybody from the PBA on the content, on the text of this ordinance, period, ever once. So, any other issues for us?
Directly connected to that, the two biggest sort of unfinished questions to me were, one, the ride-alongs, which seems resolved, and two, just this issue, because I know it had been raised, a possible concern when it comes to compelled testimony, that there would be a slight difference between the IA and the PCOB process. Given that in the IA process, the chief could compel testimony. I mean, do we feel confident that that sort of possible difference between those two options and what people chose is resolved by the fact that a subpoena could be issued to get that testimony, and that removes that concern? Because I'm just not entirely sure how it would work in practice if there would be a meaningful difference when it comes to that in the two processes, if that makes sense.
I'm not sure whether, when you were talking, I was trying to think, okay, is there a specific change in the text that would address your concern? And I'm not quite sure that I understand exactly what the concern is well enough to know whether there would be some text change we ought to make.
I wouldn't be sure what it is, what it would be either, to be honest. I know this is I just know it was raised in emails that you could potentially have a difference in the IA in the PCOB process in terms of compelled testimony. And one, whether that's a big enough concern that we want to figure out whether there's something we want to do about it, or two, is that subpoena power enough to sort of resolve that tension?
I would think that if the PCOB had the power to subpoena the text of a statement, that would solve the problem. I'm just thinking out loud here. I don't know. Anybody else have any thoughts? Mr. Aguilar? Going to you as our expert here.
Sure, right. So the subpoena, they could also compel or request the subpoena to give the testimony of that officer. So that's the avenue that I was saying. But even before that, the way that the ordinance is written, I can have a discussion with the city manager and inform him. I just had this interview with this officer, with the subject or witness officer. I asked him this question. I wasn't given the information. It appears that they may have that information. The city manager could then get involved and have a discussion with the the Charlottesville Chief of Police and try to see if we can resolve that route. And if not, then we go through the subpoena route. So the commentary about the two different investigations or paths or the quality of the investigations, I think that would, if you leave it as is, I would make sure in my role as doing public outreach work that I inform the public what PCOB investigation looks like, what an IA investigation looks like, and make sure that these are pieces of information that community members have so they can make informed decisions about which path they want to take.
So is it your sense that to address Mr. Payne's concerns, we don't need to change anything more in the text? We don't need to add anything to embrace that?
You could add something if it would resolve his concerns, but I'm saying that I believe that we already have a route in here as well where we can get that information.
Okay.
Well, I think the bottom line for my concern is just ensuring that there's basically not any disincentive for someone to choose one process over the other because they feel one would provide lesser recourse to get statements or certain evidence during that process. I think, those points about the recourse with the city manager subpoena sound like they address that concern, but I just don't know enough about how these things work in practice to know how it will play out when it hits the ground, I guess.
And this may be one of those situations where we just have to get started and see how it works. Mr. Aguilar, do you have something else?
Yeah, just to add, another neat feature of this process is that it has the monitoring ability that's been entrusted to me. So if a complainant does choose the route of going to IA, I would have the opportunity to closely look at that investigation. If I see of the investigative plan or the questions that are being asked of the officers, and I see that maybe there's a question being left out or a question that could be added to enhance the investigation, I'll certainly make that recommendation. If I feel like the investigator was not seeking a compelled statement where they could have, I will certainly have that discussion in real time. So I think that there's different ways we could address these concerns to make sure we have thorough investigations.
Okay. Are there other issues?
Just the final question I have on that point, is my understanding accurate that the path to resolving it to the city manager is something that can also be sort of fleshed out more during the operating procedures and included as part of that?
I would think so.
Okay.
And I just have the question, if you could explain more the decision to keep the current board members and where are we at in getting the procedures?
Okay, so the discussion that we were having, and we've been having for a number of months now, basically the concern that Mr. Payne and I had as we were talking about it was that if we decide we're going to just disband the current PCRB and constitute a wholly new PCOB, we would not have, frankly, wouldn't have any idea what we're going to end up with. And we're going to end up with nothing for at least some period of, maybe months. And that the better course would be to go ahead and continue, just carry everybody over from the PCRB to the PCOB when on March 1st, according to the way that I would amend it here, on March 1st, the PCRB would just become the PCOB. It would then be able to go on and do what it needs to do. Admittedly, that there were, one of the things we found in talking with members of the PCRB over the last 4 or 5 months, as there has been a lot of dissension on the board, is that if we didn't reappoint one person, then 2 others were going to leave, and it sort of broke out so that either way we were going to be left with 3 members of the board of a 7-member board, not even enough to do anything with. So it just seemed to us as we were talking it through that the better course is not to try to dissolve what is there now, but just recognize that when it is time to reappoint people, and there will be some reappointments, I think it's at the end of 2022, if I remember correctly, then we can consider what changes have to go into the makeup of the PCRB or PCOB at that point. However, I know that there were at least 2 members of council who were in favor of disbanding. So again, I'll happy to be guided by the majority.
I know we'd had a lot of conversations around just the shift in the current ordinance to what we're going towards, and there being a benefit to kind of reevaluating every member of the PRCRB through that lens, as an argument for reconstituting, in addition to some of just the dynamics at play. I do know that Mr. Mendez's hand is up, and I just saw that pop, so I'm not sure if you want to.
I don't have that up on my screen. So can we have Mr. Mendez chime in? He's been integral to all of this drafting.
Sure, one moment. Mr. Mendez, you're on with council.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about these concerns that you have. Just to go quickly, you were at this particular point talking about the need to reconstitute the board. My personal feeling is that it's neither necessary nor desirable to do that. We'll lose momentum, and there will always be the question of, well, who didn't the city council like? That we would all do the best to avoid. In terms of other issues, I think the board is pretty unanimous in we would very much prefer not to have ride-alongs be mandatory, and that I know that I believe that Mr. Aguilar had written some language in one of his emails that made it optional, and I think that's how we feel. In terms of a lot of these other issues that we've been discussing, remember that we have to, within the next few months, develop 2 sets of operating procedures. One, standard operating procedures that define the relationship between the police and the CRB. And the city attorney has very graciously volunteered to take the lead on that, and they would describe procedures for sharing information and for not duplicating investigations and cooperating with each other on investigative procedures and hearings. The other set of operating procedures will deal with many other issues, and I think it will deal with the issue, for example, of what happens when a victim of misconduct is reluctant to participate in an investigation. And I think that it would be very reasonable. We will be we'll work very hard to ascertain the attitude of the victims of misconduct and work with them to the maximum extent that is possible. Finally, just to respond to one comment I've heard earlier, is that there is no intent whatever to make the board a secret body. In fact, we've worked very hard to clearly define, a very broad range of investigative information that will be shared between the police, the executive director, and the board, while balancing privacy concerns of complainants and subject officers. in investigations and hearing. And the other thing is that we want to be very clear that when we decide to release information to the public, it will be released in a board report that we voted on. So everyone has had a hand in the decision. And that's all the notes I've got right now. I don't know if you have any other questions or observations.
So if we were to decide to not add any provision at the moment that deals with what happens when the complaint is brought by somebody other than an aggrieved party or direct witness, your thinking would be that we solve that problem in the procedures rather than in this particular in detail in this ordinance.
I believe so, and I don't think we lose anything by doing that because, as I understand it, the procedures will be approved by the city council. Will have the force of law, just like the actual ordinance.
Okay. The one other detail, because it just came up today, how do you feel about the notion of having the new ordinance take effect on March 1st?
Well, we can't. We can't. It already says in the this draft of the ordinance that we cannot exercise any powers until we have our operating procedures approved by the city council. So rather than, be pessimistic and say, oh, it's going to take all of January and February, I'm not sure that it's necessary. Maybe.
I was thinking more of the problem of having you get through the hearing that you've got, that you're supposed to be having under the present procedures before we then shift everything over to the new name.
Yeah, I guess that's true. No, I think that
would March 1st work.
Speaking solely for myself, having not polled the other members of the board, I'll just say it seems reasonable.
Okay. So it sounds like, aside from the couple of changes of oversight to monitoring, that if we take out the paragraph that says ride-alongs, and we just in the substitute paragraph it says, and call it ride-alongs if you want to, but members are encouraged to participate in police ride-alongs and or community walk-alongs on an annual basis, or something like that. Would that language be comfortable for people?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Members are encouraged to participate in police ride-alongs and or community walk-alongs annually.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yes, I mean, again, I still would love it if we could look at, like just, police ride-alongs or policing alternative.
Yeah,
And we could define later, we could just define what a ride-along is, that a ride-along isn't necessarily in the car.
Well, and because they're encouraged to, as opposed to you have to.
Yes.
It frankly
Yeah,
doesn't.
but I
make
still
a heck
think
of a lot of
encouraged could be, I mean, I know people may remember this conversation at some point, or people may remind them, but I don't know if we need to even put encourage, because we're still strongly suggesting that they do.
Police ride-alongs and or community walk-alongs.
Are optional.
They're optional.
Are you gonna write that?
Well, what I wrote was, and certainly optional is sort of by definition of the language. If they are encouraged, it's not required. What I have written is members are encouraged to participate in police ride-alongs and or community.
No, but I think we can
annually.
take that out and just put that ride-alongs or walk-alongs or whatever are optional. That lets people know it's an option. The idea is out there, it's in writing, and we don't have to, I don't think we have to add any more wording than that.
It is encouraged if people are comfortable doing it.
So let's put that.
That's what you just said.
If people are comfortable.
Oh, I'm just saying it's implied to me.
No.
Well, if it's in fact optional, then we shouldn't clutter up the code with it. Let's take it out entirely
And put it in the operating procedures
if we have to do that.
Yeah, that
as
may
part
be
of the
the path,
training.
may be the path of least resistance.
Okay, so let's just take out the old paragraph C. We'll make additional training the new paragraph C. And then I'd like to add a third prong to the ordinance. The first prong is just the name and the changes and so on. 2 is the text, and 3 would be this ordinance takes effect March 1st, 2022. And then just so the record will be clear, the places where we would be making minor edits on page, it's page 94 of the packet. It's section 2-453, paragraph C. Police Civilian Review Board needs to have initial caps. And then later on in the sentence, Police Civilian Oversight Board needs to have initial caps. On page 96, which would be 2-455, paragraph C, the third line of where specific oversight tasks would be changed to specific monitoring tasks.
And there's another oversight on the next line. Sorry.
I'm glad you caught it. Yeah, including the monitoring of investigations conducted by the department. And then later on to conduct or to monitor investigations down at the bottom of that paragraph. Then on page 100, which is section 2-458 G1, on the third line, oversight needs to become monitoring. In paragraph 2, oversight needs to become monitoring on line 5. And then on the next page in paragraph 2, the line that goes, the executive director may, let's remove oversee and put in monitor. And I think that that's all of them. Yeah, I think those are all the changes. Madam Mayor, with those changes, I would like to move the ordinance.
My last comment is Mr. Mendez's comments about the reconstituting the board being either necessary or desirable. So I just want to point out that I don't think that is the case. And based on our conversations, if that is the desire of council, I think that we need to consider the applicant, the only applicant that we had for the additional seat. So I hope that after following this vote, that someone can make a motion for that.
I am reluctant to add something in the middle on the fly like that. And I don't know what the proper procedure is, but I just don't think that that's a very good idea. But anyway, can we take things one step at a time? I've made a motion.
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Payne,
Yes.
Councillor Snook,
Yes.
All right.
Hallelujah.
And thank you to a whole lot of people for a whole lot of help.
All right. So is there
Those are, I think the last time when we discussed this, there was a decision around pursuing an interview process. Is that
Right.
required?
we've interviewed her twice.
I don't remember having interviewed her. I may be wrong, but
Okay, if there's not a motion that's going to be made, we can move forward. But based on our last conversation, we were talking about what the board makeup needs to look like overall. I wasn't the only one having that conversation. And that changed, and we didn't have the conversation about why it changed. It just ended up in as a part of the changes, part of the reason that some gave as to why we would not be appointing at that time is they're not valid. Okay. Have approving the rezoning of land at 0 Nassau Street from R2 two-family residential university to R3 multifamily residential, subject to preferred development condition, and this is the second reading. Were there staff members this time? Councilor Vice Mayor McGill, did you have any questions for staff? I think it's back on the agenda to see if you had any questions or comments. And if other councilors have any new questions since the last meeting.
I mean, I do have concerns about this project. And I would be more comfortable, honestly, with this if staff looked at some things. I am concerned about the floodplain issue, and I am concerned about the design that is being submitted in a floodplain. And that I don't see I would be interested in hearing more from staff and maybe I am not comfortable with this project at this time, especially with flood issues that are being relooked at. I'm not necessarily in favor of like saying no, never, but I would like staff to take a look at this maybe a little bit more thoroughly.
And I will say, we've gotten a lot of emails in the last couple of weeks on this matter, and I've looked at more flood maps in the last week than I think I've looked at in my entire life. And I'm very much concerned about the way that this is coming before us right now. The one thing we know, and I can't remember who it was who spoke tonight, who said, if you imagine that you're standing on Nassau Street, just imagine the water is 4 feet up to your, basically up around your shoulders at that point. That's where the water was in 1969. And what they didn't say, but if you read the 1971 FEMA, it wasn't called FEMA then, I guess Army Corps of Engineers report, what they said was the 1969 flood wasn't even the worst flood we've had down there. The 1942 flood was worse. So, and the Nassau Street is at about 327. And so if you add 4 feet to that, you're at 331. This proposal calls for the first floor to be at 327. And the only way that that is superficially legal is if the floodplain maps have, were to get amended, and they were amended about 4 or 5 years ago. So that it used to say 330, it now says 324 in one place and 326 in another, but clearly both under 327. So if you're looking at solely the information on the map, it looks like this is all nice and legal, and they can go ahead and put in their apartments with the first floor at 327, and there's no problem, except for the fact that the map probably ought to be showing not 330, not 326 or 324, but ought to be showing 330, in which case 327 is absolutely out. So that's why I wrote today to folks saying, I'd really like to know more about it, because I am not an engineer. I have talked to a bunch of engineers, but I am not an engineer, and I would like to have our engineering staff weigh in on this. And therefore, since we're not on a shot clock, so to speak, we're not required to act on this tonight. I would like to defer it and ask the staff to give us a real feedback on what the flood danger is. The one thing I don't want to do is to end up saying we're going to put affordable housing, but we're going to put it in the floodplain. And if we're trying to accomplish anything with affordable housing, it probably shouldn't be by locating it in the floodplain. So my suggestion is we defer it and let engineering staff and others take a look at it and really get to the bottom of this and figure out where the lines either ought to be or what we ought to be doing in response.
I do see that Mr. Edwards from staff is here. I know he's spoken to this in the past. I'm not saying that all his answers are going to be available tonight, but I would be curious to hear his weigh in.
And Mr. Shemp is also with his hands up, I guess, to answer some questions, so we can promote him too.
Sure.
I don't mind going first. Yeah, I would just add to what Councilor Snook has already brought up. He's exactly right. It's a LOMAR that has been approved for this area that reflects those lower elevations. This can be done, with any stream, perhaps. If a study, a detailed study is done and it's found to be modified, then it potentially could show a lower or even a higher elevation for the 1% flood. This is the basis that we need to use because we follow the same methodology that FEMA provides. And this is what's been approved through FEMA. So it's a degree of risk in any of these methodologies that are being considered. Some factor in the change of climate more so. The FEMA methodology does not do that, but that's the program that the city of Charlottesville participates in order to provide flood insurance availability to our citizens and to develop building code requirements so that when a development is requested and submitted, it's reviewed with those specific criteria that would elevate it above that 100-year flood. And that's basically where we're at with this development.
So I guess my question would be, are we, two questions. First of all, are you stuck with the FEMA number of 324, 326.2, and therefore a 327 first floor would be okay?
The BFE that's established through the FEMA maps or through the revision of a LOMAR that's been submitted in this case, plus 1 foot above that, the city has that freeboard of 1 foot that was added to it. That's currently the minimum that they need to meet. It's something that Mr. Shemp can speak to further tonight if he likes, but I know he had mentioned the last time that we met that he was looking to try to compensate for some of the climate change elements by elevating much higher than the minimum. So that's left to be seen.
I mean, the other point that let me just spit it out there, and then other folks who know more of the engineering than I do can comment on whether this is right or wrong. The old map shows a 330-foot flood line both above and below this site. The new map shows 324 feet below this site, 326.2 feet above this site. And Mr. Schimpf told us last week or 2 weeks ago that in fact, when this floods, it floods from the Rivanna backing up. And so since water flows from high to low and not the other way around, it would seem to me that you could not have a situation where the water would be higher above the flood than it would be in the flood. In other words, that those two numbers really ought to be the same. And that they certainly should, if the flood is coming from the river, the measurement nearest the river, it would stand to reason, would be higher than the measurement farther away from the river. At least if you're still in a flood stage at that point. Does that make sense? Am I distorting the engineering beyond all recognition?
Somewhat. With the backwater effect on this, you do have more of a transition back the other way as you described, but it's more leveled out, and it's reduced flow velocities. So the characteristics of the flood are different in that you don't have that continuous flow by it like you do on the Rivanna.
Right.
Yeah. But the LOMAR is basically a reevaluation of this particular section of the stream that has found it to have the characteristics today that would justify the new BFEs that are established along that stretch.
Now, there are two different issues here. The issue number one is if Mr. Schimpf doesn't want a rezoning, what would he be allowed to build? At what elevation would he be allowed to build any house as a site plan issue? The second question is, should we decide to give him a rezoning so that he can put more units there? And would we be justified in saying, you know, we're just not comfortable with this level of the river. We're just not comfortable with putting more units into the floodplain, basically. And whether it's because we don't have confidence in the 326-foot limit, because we really think it's more like 330, like it was the prior time had been measured. I mean, it seems to me that we can have a higher standard for deciding not to rezone than perhaps the city might have for deciding to issue a site plan. Is that a fair statement?
I would defer to the planning staff as far as how the rezoning would work on that, as far as the site plan portion of it. From a floodplain standpoint, regardless of how many units is being proposed, it would still need to be built to the same building requirements, which is to be elevated up and above that 100-year or 1% chance flood.
Mr. Rice, could you bring Mr. Freeze over, please?
Sure, 1 second. Mr. Freeze, you are promoted. Mr. Freeze, are you with us?
Good. Yes, I am. Good evening. So actually, I heard Mr. Edwards answer the question there at the end, that the standards are under site plan review in this location are going to be the same no matter what the density. So really, Counselor Snook. Your question though cuts right to the heart of what the city council has to decide tonight, which is essentially what's the density the council would like to or would choose to see here at kind of at the margins of the floodplain, if you will. So we know the floodplain legally has been defined where it is now based on the amended flood maps in the process that Mr. Edwards described. So that's legally, that's the location of the floodplain. And that defines the elevation at which the building has to be built. In terms of what can happen in an actual flood, that we can be less clear about, right? That's less predictable. And so the question we have that council has to decide, and staff is more than happy to pull together more information if it would be helpful to making that decision. But the question that council has before it is the appropriate density in this location, given any potential of flooding in this area.
So as I understand it, the American Society of Civil Engineers has said that if you're trying to build in, and this is technically called the AE flood zone, if you're trying to build in the AE flood zone, the elevation of the lowest floor must be at or above the zone's base flood elevation. We're saying that the base flood elevation there is roughly 326. And so if they're building it at 327, they would meet that criterion. We just have to hope that the 326 is an accurate number. Whereas it had been 330 until a few years ago. My suspicion is that the conditions that make for flooding probably have not gotten safer in recent years. There's no dam upstream or anything else like that to restrain the flooding. But it goes on to say enclosed areas below the base flood elevation or the lowest floor cannot be used as living spaces. So if you're going to have a basement down there, it's got to be a storage area or a crawl space or something, but it can't be used as living space. And all electrical, plumbing, and HVAC equipment must be elevated to or above the area's BFE. So you can, in fact, build something in what we would call the floodplain, the flood zone. You may have difficulty getting insurance for it, but that's a different problem. Here, where you're going to be building a rental building, a building to be rented, the question, I talked to some insurance folks today, and they told me, in homeowners insurance or rental insurance people, the companies never ask, where it doesn't matter to them where you actually are. And so there would not be any particular, because they don't care, they're not insuring the structure when they give you rental insurance, they're only covering your belongings. But it sure does involve a heck of a disruption to your life if you suddenly have 4 feet of water in everything that you've got. The questions that have been raised by people over the last few days cause me serious concerns about whether we should be saying that we believe and are willing to abide by or are willing to accept the figure of 326 feet when we know that it was flooding at 331 just 50 years ago, and even beyond that, 20 years before that, and where there doesn't frankly seem to be any reason that I can understand why the numbers are now lower than they used to be. So I'd like to have more expertise than I can bring to bear, take a look at it and tell me whether I'm all wet. Pardon the expression.
But I don't have any opposition to that request. And I understand the point that's been raised that a lot of the buildable lot we've established during prior conversations is not dissimilar, but whether you're talking about what's allowable by right or what's allowable with what's being requested, but I do share, just the weighing of just having even more density in an area that it is vulnerable to flood. Mr. Shrimp wants to talk to us.
Could I speak from?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So a couple things, just this idea about first of all, if the council wants to, defer it and get a review the engineering, it does not end me at all. It will prove what we have owned. The statement about there being water 4 feet in the street right there is not backed up by any facts whatsoever. I don't know where that's coming from. It's made up. I've reviewed all of these, the Rivanna River, in doing this process, and there's no evidence of the statements that were made earlier. They're just wrong. The other item to consider is flood map was 326 roughly for this area, established based on that 1971 study that everyone seems to want to reference. FEMA raised the floodplain about 4 feet in 2005. And we covered, there's different opinions about this, but they're noting that essentially they changed variables in the river to increase the floodplain elevation to put more properties into the flood insurance area. One of the rules for essentially getting more revenue is to put more housing in the flood zone. So the 2005 model that came out increased the flood zone. This whole change originated. I was hired by the folks who owned the windmills cold storage building, who had evidence the building hadn't flooded for 100 years. Question what had gone up, and then upon review of all the data, in fact, the worst storm in Charlottesville was 1972, and that was observed at a location here in Nassau Street actually, but it elevates well below our site. There were many more pieces that went into it, and there was a long view with the city for that study, and ultimately that was acceptable to the city and FEMA, which essentially sent the map back to where it was about 1980. So this change, it wasn't always at 330, it was always at 326 until 2005. It changed, and then I was hired to change it. And these notions of where these properties are being 4 feet underwater, there's absolutely no evidence to support that happened. So again, there needs to be more discussion about it. That doesn't bother me in the least bit, because the fact there and what was said earlier, various residents who have spent their last five subjecting to all sorts of development and bond lawsuits against affordable housing are just statements grounded in fact.
Mr. Shimp, I have to tell you, first of all, I've had difficulty hearing you because of some sort of echo or feedback or something that's been going on. So I'm not 100% sure I heard everything you said. But are you telling us that the photographs and the other discussion that took place in the 1971 document that shows people holding up yardsticks showing 4 feet, intending to show, okay, this is where the flood came to. Are you saying that those are not true?
They are, and I'll slowly, hopefully, I don't know why I can't be heard, but they show a different location. You're speaking of, I think, photo that was taken in front of the livestock market is one of the ones that we used from that study.
Right.
And the livestock market is a number of, maybe it's 8 or 10 feet below Nassau Street drops down. So that location is definitely lower than the located structures. So some parts of Nassau Street have flooded. That's true. But the elevation is different. It's not, you can't just say it flooded in one spot 4 feet, it flooded everywhere 4 feet. The road goes up hill occasion. That's where those are impact.
Well, the lowest part that I recall seeing on the topo maps for Nassau is right about 327. Isn't that about right?
That's in front of our property. It's lower down where those pictures were taken.
Okay. And so if the base flood elevation was 330, both above and below this site, which it was until the change that you got made a few years ago, if that was correct, then it seems to me that what that's telling us is that we should be expecting, in a 30-year lifespan of a mortgage, 26% likelihood of a flood of that magnitude, that we're highly likely to get a flood of basically into the first 3 feet of your buildings.
No, the build is based on the modeling that is known. The building is something like a 0.4% chance per year or something along those lines. It's less than 1% per year chance. The 30, again, the elevations here, I'm trying to pull GIS and I can probably tell you. I know exactly the photo you're speaking of, and that was part of what we looked at when we did the prior study.
Well, this highlights the fact that I'm not comfortable with trying to say we're going to put more units than we absolutely have to into an area that is at best marginal and probably, in the event of a serious flood, underwater. That's where I come out at this point. Unless somebody, if there was a detailed analysis that would show me how I'm wrong, I'm happy to take a look at it and think about it. But again, I get back to my suggestion that we not do anything with it now until we've had a chance to look at it further. And frankly, to get other engineering opinions into the picture.
I guess I'll just add some of my thoughts. One, likewise, the difficulty is, I don't have the engineering expertise to confidently make sense of all the information. I guess some of the questions for me are, one, how with a rezoning, the footprint of the project, is there any meaningful difference in terms of the flood risk than what can be built by right? And is there any meaningful difference in risk between, some of the adjacent properties that have been built in that area in terms of the floodplain risk? Because it would seem to me if we did make the inference that there is a serious and dangerous risk of flooding, there's a bigger issue there than there's also an issue there of what can be built by right, not nearly with the rezoning, unless the rezoning causes additional flooding problems, which I don't know the answer to. And then second final thing is just, if we are going to defer for more information, like what is the sense of the timeline for what that would be and if we would get more information? Because whether we say yes or no, I think one of the things that we shouldn't do is just have it indefinitely languish with no sense of when a decision will get made.
Yes, I think that's one of the decisions. How many people need more information and how many people, counselors, are ready to vote tonight?
Feel I need more information on this.
Yeah, I don't feel hard pressed out of what was needed tonight.
As I said, I am willing to admit that I am not an engineer. But I looked at enough of these maps to sit there and say, that really looks weird. I don't understand why that seems like a good idea. And maybe people can straighten me out and then I will have no problems with it. I don't want to be so arrogant as to say that I know enough at this point to say no, but I don't know enough to say yes.
Does staff know if there's any even just rough ballpark estimate of sort of the timeline of when we would be getting more information to make a final decision?
Tony, what's your sense? My sense was, I was thinking maybe we could bring something back for the second meeting in January, which would be the 18th. But Tony, you tell me, is that reasonable or is that too quick?
Well, let's be clear. What kind of information are we really looking for?
I think what I'm thinking right now is to provide some of the background information on the amendment from the most recent amendment, just understand the data that went into that work, and maybe a little bit of just 101 on kind of the process by which these amendments happen to the floodplain map. And yeah, I guess something like that. Counselor Snook and others, does that sound like roughly what you're looking for?
So the understanding of the amendments to the map will help you all decide whether you're going to vote for this or not?
Well, that's part of it. Again, I don't want to rely on my engineering expertise, keeping in mind that I have none. I did in fact take 2 engineering courses in college, but they were electrical engineering. They weren't civil engineering. So I'm not trying to say that I understand it all. I will say that what I think I understand, I don't like the way that it looks, and I would be inclined without additional information to vote no, but I'm willing to get more information to understand the process, to understand why it is that you could go from the 330 to the 326 and suddenly everything is fine, when to me, everything that I know about the way that floods work, that number ought to be going up and not down.
If I could, I'm sorry, just let me say quickly, what I wrote down here, Councilor Snook, was that you're looking for feedback on the flood danger faced by this property.
Yes, very much so.
So I think the other thing we can attempt to do is characterize what that flood danger looks like to the best of our ability. What does, in terms of percentage of risk and in terms of characterizing, well, and in terms of attempting to characterize that flood risk. Tony, thoughts on that? That seem feasible?
Yeah, I think so. We can certainly explain what the LOMAR process is and how it was changed from the 2005 version to the 2017 version of this. Generally, you're talking about a more detailed study of that specific area, which has new information about the characteristics that exist at the time that it's done. So you're talking about several years difference in between, so that river could have changed how it handles flooding through there differently. But we can certainly put that in a more concise, step-by-step kind of review for consideration, and try to characterize the risk value there that we're talking about. I mean, the reality is, anytime that you're in a flood zone area, you always have the potential of a flood being greater than that 1% chance flood anyway.
Yeah.
Are there any protected wetlands in that area? I thought there were at one point.
I don't think it's in the area in question here that he's proposing to put structures. I know there is some wetlands aside Nassau Street down through there.
Okay. Well, so it sounds like that there is, and thank you, staff, consensus to move this to the second meeting, maybe in January. I just want to go on record, since I'm not going to be here, that I voted no for this. But it'll be moved to that agenda. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And I don't know if it's feasible, but the other thing I'm curious about is if there's any meaningful difference in the flood risk based on what could be built by right versus the rezoning.
I know there's quite a bit of great technology that's coming up on how to build in floodplains. I was just, in looking at the design, I was just concerned too with the design, didn't seem to address those. Again, I'm not a builder or an engineer, but I mean, I'm concerned about that as well.
All right.
Just taking notes on those two things, we will look at, we will also talk briefly about mitigation solutions, or, flood mitigation solutions, safety, and whether there's a meaningful change in the risk based on the by right versus the proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have a resolution approving the final disposition of the city-owned sculpture titled Their First View of the Pacific, also known as the Lewis Clark Sacagawea statue. It's one reading.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. There is a agenda memo in your packet that has also been made available to the public, but just as a brief reminder, again, we are speaking of Their First View of the Pacific, the statue of Lewis Clark and Sacagawea that was sculpted by Charles Kleck. And that statue currently is residing with the Lewis and Clark Center in Dardentown Park. The decision that council has before them is to make a determination as to how they would like to move forward with the disposition of this statue. There are several ways that council could make that decision. Of course, first, the council could decide to retain ownership of the statue. They could enact the resolution that was also submitted for your review and also for the public's review with or without amendments. You all could donate the sculpture to the center without any conditions, or you can decide upon some other disposition different than the one that the center has proposed, which could include some of the other individuals who have requested the statue or any other option that you so choose. I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you all may have. But at this point, I will pause and let you all have start your conversation.
I'll ask the question. I'm not sure if it's to you or Ms. Robertson to answer, but just for the public's sake, it seems that there is a need to kind of follow what was provided in the proposal for that disposition when we're considering a resolution, and then if we're gonna sorry, I'm getting tired. If we're going to veer too far away from that, then it did seem like that there's going to have to be a conversation had among the parties, including the exploratory center, because to my knowledge, any kind of changes haven't been vetted through them, and they are the ones that have made this request. And so I'm just trying to get a sense for all the variations of things that we are able to do tonight. And I'm just trying to get a sense for, like, is that an accurate statement that, outside of, really the resolution that's in our packet, I guess resolution 1, to defer from that greatly without engaging in a dialogue and getting alignment from all the parties would be a challenge tonight.
And I'll just chime in that the resolution just came in today, the amendment that they would like to request, and Ms. Abrahamson is on here and would like to read that. They had said earlier I would read it, but I sent them a message to just say we could elevate them to read it. There was attempts made even by me. I sent a message after Grace had not been able to reach out to the Lewis and Clark ED Exploratory Center Executive Director to talk about the language. And so I would like them to be able to read what they would like to be included, and if the Alexandria feels like this is something that she needs to think about to approve, then we will know that and we can go from there.
And I know personally, I'm fine with hearing, obviously. But I think it's more than just their executive director. I think their entire board, if there's any substantive changes, their entire.
No, I understand that. I don't know if they were able to, this was sent earlier, so I did not get an update that it hadn't been. But we can bring Rose on, and then if we can then we'll know where we are from there. Is that fine? Okay. Mr. Rice, could you promote the two individuals with their hands up?
Sure, one moment. Okay, they have both been promoted.
Thank you. Ms. Abrahamson, can you hear? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think, I've heard the discussion here, and I think we've been talking, and I've been sharing information with the Exploratory Center, with the Lewis and Clark Center, in regards to history, in regards to everything that I can, that we can pave the way to make this as easy as possible. But there are some aspects that we would like to see. So I'd like to read that statement. Is that okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. And this is the component that we wanted. Your legal counsel asked for an amendment or an input from what we would like to see as part of the resolution. I think the resolution is pretty powerful in itself because it's creating a collaborative. It's given respect to each component, the city council, to the center, and to us as the descendants. So this is what we would like to see in the resolution. Whereas this agreement between Charlottesville City Council and Sacagawea's descendants pertaining to the statue, which contains the image of their ancestor Sacagawea, acknowledges and states that they shall have permanent and generational authority to make recommendations as the lead advisors on any decisions made regarding the statute to safeguard their tangible and intangible cultural heritage, including decisions about any exhibition, transfer of ownership, and future decisions made in regards to the statute by entities, groups, or organizations from this day forward. Furthermore, this document acknowledges that Sacagawea's descendants invite the Monacan Nation and indigenous peoples of Charlottesville and El Morro counties as cultural custodians of the statute, which is a traditional and understood protocol of indigenous peoples. At no time present or future shall the statue be sold, auctioned off, or relocated without preview and final approval by the familial descendants of Sacagawea in a collaborative decision to include the descendants' invitation to Monacan Nation and the local indigenous community for input. Wherefore, following the storage at the Lewis and Clark Exploratory Center at Dardentow Park, Sacagawea's descendants will continue to participate in the contextualization, exhibits, educational programs as pertain to the cultural heritage of shared history with Sacagawea, and the storage of the statue, as well as participation in the 5-year assessment and evaluation of conditions met by the center, which will include the center and the intended cultural custodians. Furthermore, with this agreement, from this day forward, the city of Charlottesville will extend honors to the surrounding indigenous peoples by building right relations in any interactions, by acknowledging the true and whole history of indigenous people distorted and disparaged by this statute, and by negotiating and communicating with them in an inclusive and respectful manner, especially in regards to any recontextualization of existing monuments or the building of future exhibits or permanent fixtures depicting shared historical context in writing, images, or likeness thereof indigenous people.
Thank you. And one thing that I'll just clarify, Ms. Robertson didn't ask for the changes. We discussed that if you all read the resolution, presented something new, I will present it to legal for consideration. So I just wanted to make sure that just to clear that part up. But thank you for reading that, and you can stay on. And if
I'm here for questions. If somebody wants to ask, I'm here.
Okay.
And I can address this too. I haven't heard this resolution before. And in spirit, there's so much I agree with. But when we wrote the RFO, we really weren't looking for a total merger. There are aspects of this that are much more complicated, especially by the fact that we are dealing with Albemarle County as well as our donors who have some other, with the $70,000 in the base, depending on whether it's a lease or ownership, there are major issues there too. So I'm not someone who can sort of, this is very last minute for me. I'm just now hearing it. I didn't know it was being written or done. And what Heather said was real. Like right now, it's my understanding that we're legally bound to the RFO and to the to our proposal. So our proposal is already approved by my board. But any changes from the RFO and the proposal have to go through approval from them, also with the donors and also with Albemarle County. We are more than willing to say we'll never sell the statue for a profit, and that it would be basically the same situation as you all are offering, where it's the payment of actually moving it that is at stake. But as much as we want to work with you and everyone, we can't agree to what's essentially a merger and essentially controlling our exhibits. We really want you to control the exhibit of the statue. We want you to do everything with that. But this seems very far reaching. And if things don't work out, they don't work out. We want it to work out, but this is huge, like in what it would entail. So please don't take offense, but even like if we want to give you a say, if we had dissolution, we'd want you to have a say in where it goes. But because of our bindings with the IRS and our incorporation, we'd have to make sure that the language was absolutely right, and it would take months to do that. And I've started looking into it for you, but it's nothing I can agree to right now. So we support your input, and we support not selling it for profit, and we support you eventually getting a veto or a say in the final if we dissolved. But I'm sorry, I'm just been taken by surprise tonight. Like I turned off my phone because I like to gather my thoughts before a major event. So that's probably, I shouldn't have turned off my phone, but that's where we are with this. And sorry, I've gone on a little bit too long.
So I'll just say from, again, I wanted to allow the family and other local Indigenous people to be able to communicate with you. But once they had attempted a couple times, and our legal counsel wanted us to try to get as much of this resolved before the meeting tonight, I sent an email at 3:20 to you to see if we could discuss this. So and I know even today is sort of last minute, but you know, in this world, a lot of things have, you know, work out like that. I think, are you also saying that what we have written in our resolution 1, that you have not presented those changes to your board either?
Yes, we've run them by the board. So proposal 1 is acceptable. They'd still have to vote on it legally. I can't, it's not legal until they actually vote on it if it's a change from the first 2. And I am not blaming you for last minute, but I just, because this process has been a little bit waylaid. I mean, we were told at the beginning we were going to be interviewed and people were going to talk to us and really research this. And so it was supposed to be a lot longer process, and I just can't turn around on a dime. I haven't received calls from the Monicans that I know of, or I would have returned them. But today I turned my phone off, and that's partially just to mentally get ready for tonight.
Mayor, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Everything, I believe, it's a project, and we really thought, and I really had to think about what I was going to write. And you and I have been communicating intently, and I sent you a document of my tribal history. And during that time, I had been working on how and what we would like to see as descendants. We want to see her in a good position, in a good way, in a good explanation of why and who and what she was. And so I was alternating. I'm also working on an opera that's being created of her story. So I'm going back and forth, and I'm trying my best to get this together. And for everyone, it's been last minute. I finally completed it, and I tried to get a hold of you. Grace tried to get a hold of you, and the mayor just said she tried to get a hold of you. I don't think we blindsided anybody. If we did, we're sorry that I didn't get it done until Sunday, because I had to go through this and I had to think about this. And I wanted to think about it in a good way. And for example, with the Monica Nation, we want to be able to extend an invitation to them. We want to be able to extend an invitation to the Indigenous peoples. In reality, that's good, because if I'm unable to be there, they can stand in our place. And as Indigenous people, they understand we have protocols, we have ways, and we have ways of understanding each other. and especially with this issue. And so anything I have said in here, I hope it wasn't to no offense to anybody. I want to see this continue to go on. I want to have a voice in this. I've been working on this for 20 years, and this has been a process. It's not something that I just started. And so it's been a long process. And I know that you have certain perspectives, and you shared those perspectives with me. And I understand that. And I'm trying to work just like the council did with all the different people, with all their different views, with all their perspectives, and trying to bring it together in a good way. And sometimes I may not agree with everyone, but I really want to have a generational authority in regards to this statue. I want to know where it goes, what happens to it. I don't think that's so evasive to your program. I think it would be a benefit. We've been talking among our people about making cradle boards, fish weirs, beaded items, and doing presentations for you. We were talking about flying over there to talk to you about this. And so I'm kind of a little bit shocked at this twist and turn too. And
Rose, my heart is with you. I want Monacan input. I want to not sell it for a profit. I want to work together. It's that I know some of the legal ramifications that need to be worked out, like about vetoing at the end. And also, I'm just somebody who would have rather sit down and worked on this for weeks instead of coming upon it tonight. And I'm not saying that in blame, but I want you to have a say in where it goes. Definitely. I mean, we've really worked hard to keep it in here and not at other places for that reason. So everything you're saying, it's the way that is everything you're saying resonates with me, but it's the legal part that's very difficult. And yet, like, I came here, I was going to raise my hand. You know, we can promise not to sell it for a profit. We can promise to give you input on where it goes. The donors have also, they want it to stay in Virginia. So there are all sorts of people besides you that I've got to talk to. And it's no offense to you, but for all of these changes, they're complicated. And I'm not going to commit to something I can't follow through on legally because I want to keep my promises.
So if I can just chime in here, it sounds like unless there is a willingness to move forward with the resolution 1 without amendments, is what I'm hearing, that this is something that we wouldn't be ready to vote on tonight, as much as I am challenged by that. Based on what's being presented now, I would vote no, and I'll let the other counselors weigh in. But part of, and this is a minor thing, but it speaks volumes to what relinquishing control and who has the power to enforce controls over things. And I'm saying that the statute and everything it represents, that is major, but this shows that if we can't do it with something like this, why it's such a challenge to do it in other areas. And so I just want to make that comment, and I'll see where the other counselors are with their moving forward or whatever is next.
I mean, it sounds like given some time, the Lewis and Clark Center and the Monacan Nation and others could probably come up with a good solution. it sounds like everyone wants to work together, but there are legal ramifications. There's other partners involved, including the county. And I mean, we're not really in a rush. It's not like it's, I mean, the only time process on the RFP is the fact that people aren't bound to it after so many days. And it's not like they could also say, no, I decided I don't want it. They can still do that. So I mean, I don't mind giving time to everyone to be able to keep sitting down and working through some stuff.
My feeling about it is that actually, I'm happy with either of the two resolutions, either of the two deeds. But most of what has been raised tonight is an issue for which the city is really not even a part. It's a matter between the Lewis and Clark Exploratory Center and the descendants of Sacagawea. And I don't understand, I mean, aside from the sense that, hey, we may have some leverage over the process right now, because if we insist on this, then we can make something happen that wouldn't otherwise happen. I don't know that that's an appropriate role for us. I mean, it seems to me that if the Lewis and Clark Exploratory Center is going to engage in serious scholarship and serious respect to the memory of Sacagawea and the tribe from which she came, that needs to happen between them, and that the city really isn't involved. I'm always reluctant to have the city getting involved in trying to tell people what they're supposed to think and what writings they're supposed to make. That's a First Amendment problem, and I think we ought to stay out of that and let the center and the tribe do whatever they want to do and have whatever negotiations they want to have over whatever that future, however shared they want it to be. But I don't know that it's got to involve us. And I think we're better advised just to go ahead and make the gift and wish everybody well.
So Lloyd, not because it's late, but what did you hear Alexandria say? Did you hear what she said?
I think so.
Okay.
What she said was, there are a whole lot of legal complications here, and I'm not comfortable making a promise that we can agree with them all.
So one, we don't know what the legal challenges are. So she would have to check. If she had simply said that, then all of the energy that Sina just came with would be factual. That would have been the statement, but that wasn't what her statement was. And also the shared ownership, what the county, what the donors have to say, that there are more people here who get to weigh in. Ultimately, those donors, if they were donating to ensure that while we are saying we are donating the statue, they would be on board with that same thing. You should not be accepting money from donors who are not in line and can't catch on to a vision of the people who descendants is on the statue if they do not have a say in what happens long term. That's a part of what it means to kind of dismantle these systems. And so what the city power is in this is being able to say, if that is the case, then there is another plan that we need to figure out if we can support. And it doesn't necessarily have to be with this center here. Like Sina said, maybe that works out. Maybe they go and they talk and they come back and everything's fine. And we could give time for that. But that is not what I heard. And I think it's still possible, but you have to hear everything that that she said. And in terms of who has power and authority, and as I've stated before, some of the individuals who wanted this statue wanted it because they wanted to preserve the two people who have been prominent in the discussions regarding this. Those are some of the same people who are on that board and probably a large percentage of the donor base. I don't know who the donors are, but I know what some of the comments have been about from some of the people who are on the board. So that all has to be taken into consideration. And to say that we're just going to give the statue to the center and hope it works out, that's not okay.
I just felt like coming into the last conversation we had about this when we were discussing all the statues during the last meeting, that there was a broad amount of support from groups that I haven't heard a line on much, you know, on many things in the time we've explored all this around the center being the one to acquire it, because a lot of conversation had taken place by which it was clear that there was a lot of collaboration and a shared vision. And I want to believe that that can still happen at this time. If it can't, because of what's come up in the last few days, which I do want to say, like, I do think that I can understand the perspective that this has kind of these commentary, like in this case of the exploratory center, hadn't even seen this language or heard it until this meeting this evening. And so I think that if it's going to take time,
you do know that was indeed, like, there was an attempt for that not to happen.
I didn't see the language.
They reached out, Grace reached out. I don't know if she's still on there, so that it wasn't two for this.
I'm just saying, aside whether it's a day or a week, like this, there's some pretty meaty things in there that I think are going to require more than one conversation. And obviously we knew that it was going to require her to go back to her board, that there was going to be some ramifications. That's something I thought we understood coming out of the last meeting. And so if it takes more time, then I'm with Councilor McGill or Vice Mayor McGill, that if that's what it's going to take. At the same time, I don't know what other, I mean, are we proposing that we're going to go back to the drawing board? I'm just not really clear. I think we either have to allow them more time to commence about this, or we're going to say that we're going to trust in the resolution that's in front of us and know that there's been agreement. There's a shared interest in having this be a collaborative process.
Mayor, may I make a comment, please?
Yes.
Please. Heather, we have tried to contact her, and like I said, we only have a little bit of time, a time frame when people change and people are different on the board. I really appreciate the people on the board because I know this is a difficult decision, but at the same time, we've been fighting and struggling for a voice, a part. Alexandria's board sounds a little bit scary to me if they can't accept the fact that the descendants have a voice, and they should have at least an advisory capacity in seeing how this is presented and seeing how the exhibits are done. I meant, to me, I don't see the fear in that. I don't see the obstacle in that. I'm kind of blown back now. I'm kind of like, that isn't what I heard. I thought we were in collaboration. That simple thing that I thought was the city council was going to give the lease, the 5-year lease to the exploratory center. And during that time, we would work with them. They would work with us, and we would assess and see how that relationship worked out. I thought it was that simple. I didn't realize that the words that I'm saying has become a legal issue. And I also don't understand why having the Monicans involved and having the indigenous people in your community involved is something that would be detrimental in legalities.
That's not what's going on at all. We totally welcome them. It's everything you're saying about how you felt is how we felt. I love collaborating with you. It's really the part about if we dissolved, what would happen to the statue that we need a lot of time to figure out. Where, like, I want to promise something, but it looked like it wasn't possible. But all of the interpretation, all of your visits, I mean, we were hoping you'd come May 5th for that day. I really feel like we can work it out. And I'm willing to go to Idaho to work it out. I just can't promise everything in terms of the legality. It really has to be careful. It can't be like the work of 24 hours like today. And you know, I've been in contact with you. We've been talking, we've been emailing. Today I was just needing my quiet so that I could face tonight, and with a certain amount of poise. And this just was completely unexpected, not in the spirit of it. I said the spirit is beautiful and I agree. We want Indigenous Monacan involvement, but there are other concerns in there that from my research just need lots of time. And I don't understand why it came down to today when we've been waiting around, you know, to be interviewed by the city and for months, basically.
I think how I see it is I was trying my best to help the city to have this, to get this resolved. And for me today, I've been working on this. I've been thinking about it. It consumes me every day. Every day it's here. It consumes me. And I wanted to get something resolved tonight. I desperately wanted to see that because I think we can move ahead, but I'm still not quite getting what is the legal issue. I'm not quite getting that pinnacle legal issue that's a hindrance in what I have to say.
There's no legal issue about never making a profit off the statue. I mean, we're totally on board about that. The legal issue, from what I can see, is, and I haven't had, I've only, all of this stuff has been brought up in the last 2 weeks. And I guess that we just move slowly. We don't have the money the city has for attorneys. We had one pro bono person look at the first draft. I have to find someone, but basically the problem with the idea of the veto is that the county wants to make sure if we fold that somebody is going to move out that statue. So we can put conditions and we're happy to do that. But we have to figure out, like, if you vetoed every offer to take it out for the expense, what would we do then? It's things like that. Or
I really, honestly, I'm a very cooperative, collaborative person, and I do my best. I understand. I was raised in a community where I helped establish a center, a Sacagawea Center. I've worked on committees. I was on the Bicentennial Committee. I spoke all over this country. I worked with displays and presentations all at museums. And so I just, was it the 5-year assessment? Is that what you were talking about?
So Ms. Abrahamson, I think this is where, Stina, are you gonna, just where we are in terms of, like, we're not gonna be able to talk this through here. And this is what, we were challenged with when I sent the proposal to legal to see if this was gonna be considered, that we needed to try to get it worked out before the meeting. So I think at this point, we would need to either vote on what is present without the amendments, or we would need to delay the vote for a future date until you all were able to meet and attempt to work this out. And then you would come back and staff would bring it back before council when you all said that you all were ready to move forward. Or if, you know, there were other scenarios considered, then, you know, the city would let council know at that time. But it doesn't sound like now that the amendment is going to be able to be considered. And so we would need to either move forward with what is in that resolution one, or we would need to wait and vote at a future time.
Yes, I was going to be saying the same thing, Mayor Walker. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you all for your feedback. And if counselors have any other questions, they will ask tonight. I guess now we just need to decide what the majority of council feels in terms of moving forward.
I honestly do feel that given some time, the center and Ms. Abrams and other descendants can work through. I believe a lot of what they want is the same thing. They just have to make sure on the center's part that they're looking at the IRS correct, that they just want to make sure that they're not being another person with a broken promise. And it might not be that they can fulfill the requests, and then council will have a different decision in front of them. But it doesn't really feel like any of the current proposals that we have been given really fit with what council's goals are. And we could always put out for another RFP.
My first thought, looking at what was submitted in the email from Grace Softdeer, it starts off, whereas this agreement between Charlottesville City Council and Sacagawea's descendants, the deed that we are expecting to do is a deed to the center to which the Sacagawea descendants are not a party. And apparently, the way this is drafted, the center isn't supposed to be a party to our agreement either. I would be fine, as I said before, I'd be fine going ahead with resolution number 1 and then leaving to the parties to work out the details of generational authority and all the rest of that stuff. As I said before, and even the first part of it, I don't have a serious problem with, but when it goes on to say, wherefore Sacagawea's descent, that the city is confirming that how the whole thing is supposed to be contextualized and so on, that begins to give me First Amendment problems. It also begins to give me a general difficulty with, you know, sort of who's agreeing with whom over what. And I just think that when it gets to the history and everything else, that ought to be left with council out of the picture. So I'd be happy to vote on resolution number 1, but I don't know whether there's a majority for that at this point.
Councilor Hill, Councilor Payne.
I would only support number 1 at this point if there's a desire from all parties for us just to move forward tonight, and that they can agree to move on with the resolution as written without the amendments and go from there. But if there's not that desire, then I think we're kind of back at square one in a way.
And Grace has her hand up too. So
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. you.
Grace, you're on with council.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is there a possibility to extend time back where we are so that we have time for an amendment with legal agreements with the Lewis and Clark Center without the council voting anything except for extension?
Yeah, that's what I think Counselor Hill and McGill were both just saying. If there is an agreement to move forward, that we would pause at this point and give you all time to work through some of the questions here.
And without the possibility of shift happening during that time with the resolutions as those possibilities are there written by the council? Meaning until we've had time to negotiate with one another for good mediation.
Yeah, I think Alexandria and you all would get together, she would talk to her board, legal would be brought in, and you all could come back to us to tell us where you were in agreement.
Yeah, my only request is that nothing gets voted on by the council until we've had time to come back, so that there's no like minute decision made out from under us. Because for all the reasons we've been stating, I have hope and belief still that this can be worked out. There are multiple examples of guardianship legal agreements between communities, museums, and indigenous people in exactly this situation. So that for us to look at, as long as it can be possible without being pulled out from under us in the next couple of weeks, while I know there's going to be a shift of council, and can be agreed that the current council and the future council starting in January agreement to give us to have time.
So I think what you hear Vice Mayor McGill saying is that she thinks that everything that you all will be able to talk this through and possibly work it out. And she said, if not, then there's, possibly going back to the drawing board. So I don't think that she'll still be here. And those were her statements. So you all will be able to come back before the council once you all are in agreement. Ms. Robertson, did you have a? Okay.
Yeah, so I'd sort of like to hopefully help clarify where you are in the process that you started. So you invited people to send you proposals for why they wanted the sculpture and and to describe for you what they were going to do with it. So you have multiple proposals on the table. So if you've decided that really none of the proposals as presented is satisfactory, you sort of need to say that. What you're essentially asking is for a new proposal, and you're saying that you would like the sculpture to be kept locally at the center, but you don't necessarily the proposal that you've received right now doesn't necessarily meet the goals of a majority of council. So you're not actually required to use a process at all. You did, but you should sort of let everybody who submitted a proposal know one way or the other whether or not their proposal is going to be successful or not. You said in the solicitation that each proposal had to remain valid for a certain period of time. And then you can ask the center to work with the other stakeholders and bring you back a proposal at a later date, and you can vote on that proposal that they work out among themselves. That's sort of where we are. Because the bottom line is that the proposal that you received from the center, what's in resolution number 1 largely reflects some conditions that or an attempt to provide a mechanism for enforcing what they offered in that proposal. But what you've been talking about goes, as Ms. Searles has pointed out, beyond what's in that proposal. So you have a lot of options you've been talking about. You can certainly defer, but I think just for clarity for everyone who's listening, what you're asking is for the stakeholders who are all interested in having the sculpture go to the center should go back and collectively put together a new proposal and bring it back to you with specific language.
Okay. So what would do we need to vote on that tonight, that we're not moving forward with any of the current proposals?
I don't recall how much time you have left in terms of how long the other proposals are valid, but if it's the intention of a majority of council not to accept any of the proposals on the terms on which they were received, there's not a lot of point in dragging the process out during that time.
And you don't think?
You have 1 week until they're invalid. They're invalid next Monday. It was 120 days from the time of the proposal.
So 2 questions. Is it possible to extend that? And you don't think, based on what you've heard today, that this would be simple as like amending the whereas in resolution 1? Like, I think it was paragraph 5 or something.
But see, what I'm saying is that the people who sent you offers agreed to that. So they sent you an offer and said, my proposal will be valid for 120 days. You can't change that for all those other people. Now, the center may be willing to extend their offer, but when it comes back, it's not going to be the same proposal.
Okay.
So you might as well just clear the deck and let everybody know that none of the proposals meets, the satisfaction of a majority of city council members, and then just say you would really like the sculpture to go to the center, but you'd like them to speak with these other people and work something out and come back with a different proposal. And that's fine, because there's not a required process to go through sort of this invitation for people to submit these bids.
Okay. So council, is there agreement to do what Lisa just said to do, to clear the deck and ask the center and the descendants and local indigenous peoples to have a conversation to see what agreement they could come up with?
If they're willing to do that, I am.
We're definitely willing to do that. I mean, we are invested in, and no matter what, we want even without the statue, we want relationships with them. So the relationships are more important than the statue. I mean, we're willing to walk from the statue if we have to, but we still want the relationships. And I'm sorry that this was a surprise for both parties on some level. And I hope we can repair our relationships and then see where we are from there.
I think it sounds good. I'm willing to move forward. I want that statue in a safe place. I don't want it out there bringing harm to Native and Indigenous people. And we've already been through a lot in Charlottesville. And so I'm willing to work with the center, and let's get this resolved. And I would like to move forward. We got an opera to bring to Charlottesville.
Okay.
Thank you for your graciousness, Rose. We really appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you. So Lisa, is there anything else we need to do? Do we need to take a formal vote there?
It would probably be a good idea to say that, you know, the proposals as received are not, council doesn't intend to accept them at this time.
In the form of a motion,
Mhm.
I move to acknowledge that the proposals received do not meet council's goals at this time.
Second,
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGill,
yes.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Payne,
Yes.
Counselor Snook.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all. And do we have to have any further conversation, Lisa or staff? It's good to go and
No, I think, as I said, you're not necessarily going to need to start some new process. It's your property. You can make a decision when you're ready to make a decision, but I think you've done all you need to do for tonight.
sorry, I said Lisa, Miss Robertson. Thank you. It's late. I'm tired. Okay, thank you. Next up, we have the resolution consideration of the award of a contract for city manager services, one reading. Is there a counselor who would like to make the introductory remarks regarding this?
And this has the presenter, the city attorney.
Okay. I must not have that copy. Okay.
I'm
Yes,
just reading
Mayor
the
Walker.
packet.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Walker and councilors, you have an agenda memo in your packet. As you and the public are generally aware, the city recently issued a procurement solicitation seeking proposals from firms interested in entering into a contract with the city to perform the functions of a city manager. You received 2 proposals in response to that RFP, and under the procurement procedures, you were required to enter into negotiations with those 2.
Still private collectors communicating with the council members, still trying to.
Grace,
Yes, can you hear me?
yeah, you're still, yeah, okay.
Okay. So City Council this evening had a chance to negotiate with the firms that made those proposals. There's some background in the agenda materials about the fact that using an outside firm on a contract basis to provide these type of services, while it's not the normal manner in which the services are delivered, is not unheard of. And this type of contract has been used on occasion in other places, and including other places in Virginia. The agenda memo also notes the fact that as of October, council's plan was to engage an interim city manager for a period of several months and to begin an executive search for a permanent city manager somewhere in the neighborhood of April, after the city's budget was completed. That process can still, that timeline can still be adhered to if you choose to use a contract. If you choose not to use a contract for these type of services, then city council or the new city council and the the new year can make a different plan. But at any rate, you did engage in negotiations today. And so it is up to City Council as to whether or not it is ready to make a decision to award a contract to a firm. If you approve the resolution that is attached to the agenda materials tonight, what will happen is that a contract drafting and negotiation process will start based on the terms that were set forth in the proposal. And if a contract acceptable to both parties can be reached and executed, then the services can commence. If a contract can't be negotiated that's acceptable to both sides based on the terms in the offeror's proposal, then again, you'd be back at the drawing board. So City Council has options in front of it, but the primary decision is whether or not City Council wishes to award a contract at this point in time.
Councilors, are there any questions or comments? All right, is there a motion?
I move we adopt the resolution to award the contract for city manager services. Contract is hereby awarded to the firm of the Robert Bob Group LLC, successful offer to provide city manager services. The City Council having determined that the firm made the best proposal and offers to best overall combination of quality, price, and various elements of the required services that in total are optimal to the city's needs for an interim city manager. Notice of the award shall be posted in accordance with the procurement requirements, and the city attorney shall prepare a contract for execution by the mayor and the successful offerer.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Thomas?
Mayor Walker,
I'm going to abstain.
and can I get a reason for abstention?
Based on the discussions that we had today and what I shared with council, I think that this is a decision that once the contract terms were discussed, that it could be voted on at that time. And that the incoming council who will have to make the next phase of this decision could make this part two.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Yes.
Councilor Hill,
Yes.
Councilor Payne,
Yes.
Councilor Snook,
Yes.
Right, that carries 4 yes votes. And I would just say, just for the public, that based on, and I shared this with the council earlier, based on what I heard from the group today, I do think that the group, this is not a group that I would have voted a no to, and that's why I abstain. I think that they may be beneficial to the city, and with more information worked out at this point, I would have likely said yes. With that, I recommended that we go a different direction, but I don't think that this this individual is coming with a lot of experience, and I enjoyed the information that was shared and the presentation that they put on, and believe that they could be of some benefit. All right. Next up, we have the Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund CAF Program Review Redesign Update.
I don't know what to say. Good evening or good morning, councilors, Madam Mayor. Following the completion of affordable housing plan, council requested for contractual services with HR&A advisors to undertake the performance of evaluation of affordable housing fund and recommend potential measures to redesign the program, make it more responsive with accountability. Tonight, staff and the consultant will be providing the City Council an update based on substantial completion of task 1 of the contract. The second task of the contract is a program redesign. The consultant is here, and we have a little presentation. Subsequent after that, the consultant and the staff will be happy to entertain questions from the City Council.
Thank you. Do we have your presentation, or are you going to share your screen? Okay, got it.
You all should have the presentation. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning, Philip.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I'm impressed you all have quite the agenda. I've learned a lot today. I have not heard a discussion of flood maps in quite this level of detail in some time, so I appreciate that. I'm going to go through some slides. Please, you all have seen me present previously, so please feel free to interrupt and ask questions. As Alex is describing, this is an interim report, so we are only part of the way through our analysis material. So there are going to be several areas where I'm going to tell you that we are still looking into that. I have also decided to send the rest of the team home, or told them to go ahead, get off and go to bed, because they were, you all work hard, harder than consultants, frankly. Next slide, please. So as I was describing, we were contracted really to do two components of work. One related to the inclusionary zoning program, which I'm not going to discuss today. For the first component of work, there were 2 tasks. One is a review of programs, which we are most of the way through. And the second is actually making a set of recommendations for an RFP or a NOFA process, selection and contracting, and monitoring and reporting. Next slide, please. So how we've been approaching this is pretty straightforward, but I'll spend a moment talking about it. We've been going through city documents. City staff have been extremely helpful in making copies and letting us look at documents, giving us copies of documents, answering our questions about documents. Then we've gone through a process of one-on-one interviews with each of the nonprofits and organizations that's actually received funding. And now we're really getting into verification of project inventory. So that's actual properties that got developed, going back and checking the information we have, going back and following up on questions where there are issues we're seeing or things that aren't clear to us, or frankly, people bring up points in the interviews that actually aren't necessarily reflected in the document that we need to understand better. At this point, we have good information about number of units created, project delivery, project cost, project ownership. There are places where the records aren't complete on target affordability, so we're trying to get more information. We don't always have complete information on program income. That often wasn't required, so we're trying to dig into that. And then the demographic information for beneficiary households is also often not included, so we're going through that process and getting it. And then the points we're digging into are often related to project performance. So where there's been cost on overruns or unplanned outcomes or sales of properties, things along those lines. The more interesting points are the sticky points. We're still going through and writing those pieces out. Next slide, please. So just talking about this at the highest level, general stats here. We went back to records are going back to 2010. We're talking about just shy of $47 million here. The vast majority, $38 million of it being local, city housing trust fund money. Next slide. Seems to be some kind of error on that side. Really, as we looked at this, there are 3 different areas we looked at: development, program support, and operating. So development's anything where you are building a new home or substantially rehabilitating. So think of that as like a gut rehabilitation. A program is, think of that as the city's tax rebate program, or a repair program, or
down payment assistance, but it's not actually, it's a program that's being run, but it's not actually getting a physical unit. And then operating support is support directly to a nonprofit organization to support their operations, support their mission, and then of course their city administration. And the majority of the funding is affiliates. So then we started to look at, okay, so how is funding going out to different partners over the last, since going back to 2010, and what kind of funding is going to different partners? So you just look at the left, you can see PHA has just barely the slightest amount of funding over CRHA. That's really, tied to the Friendship Courts projects in particular, really moved their position on this pretty significantly. AHIP, CR, wouldn't be affordable housing if we didn't have lots of acronyms. CRHA and PHA are, significantly larger than others. You can see some difference in there in that CRHA has got a range of support. They've had development projects, they've had programs, which makes sense since they've run some of the city's programs, and they have operating support. AHIP is primarily, it's the program, it's the repair programs they've run, and the operating support. Habitat for Humanity has been some programs and primarily development. Well, in the final report, it'll have a detailed chart. They'll lay out exactly how much funding each grants for every single organization that makes up this graph. Next slide. So we started to look at, okay, how many units are being produced and at what cost? It's one of the points of analysis we're going to look at. We have a big red note here. While we think this is very important information and we want to share it, we're going to be looking at it more closely. We also want to be clear that average cost isn't necessarily a measure of where something's being used effectively or whether it's a well-run program, or it's certainly not the only measure to consider. But when you look at this, you basically see your single-family new construction and rehab programs, and you're ending up in your top left corner. So they're the most expensive per unit, and they're generally, you're getting fewer units. That's not surprising. That's in line with what we would expect to see. That's in line with what we see in other markets. Those units can't leverage as much outside funding sources. There's no low-income housing tax credits available for them. And we're talking about significant new construction on single family. So, there is a real cost there. You then see multifamily new construction and multifamily rehab, and really prices varying in the 15,000 to low range up to 35,000. And that, again, that's in alignment with what we see in other places. None of those numbers are particularly shocking. It really comes down to, while it's often new construction or significant construction here, you are able to leverage more mortgage financing and tax credit financing to go after that. And then your lowest cost programs are really, retrofit, lighter touch, and repair programs. And that's, again, you'll see, AHIP is a significant outlier here, is that just the volume of units they've done. They are several orders of magnitude. They are about double, triple anybody else in terms of actual size. So I think that speaks to the scale in terms of actual units in their hands, not necessarily funding, but actual units. Next slide. So as we went through this, and again, a lot of this is very much interim findings. There were a couple of different points that jumped at us. The list of potential issues. So there were issues where the funding that was authorized by the city was not spent or followed up on. So the program, while it was awarded, what it was awarded for wasn't necessarily what actually ended up happening or wasn't actually used. There are a couple of examples of projects that are being delayed, or units not being built or not being built yet. There's projects that were actually located outside the city, but did not necessarily leverage regional funding. There's a clear pattern of needing for better reporting and monitoring, tracking information. I mentioned at the start of this that we don't have information about demographics, which is something that's obviously critical issue about who's being served. Lack of clear rules and required expectations about program revenue. And then another key area of issues was really the city-led process. So this is, how the process is set up does not currently guide, doesn't lead to clear expectations on either what is being delivered or what the priorities are, or monitoring and reporting processes. So there's a lot of inconsistency in the process, and we can see evolution in getting a more standardized process as we go through the records and read processes over time. So there's definitely been improvement in process, but the processes are pretty inconsistent. I'll leave it at that. These are high level, and I apologize that they're as high level as these. We are going through each season, different points and trying to write out a more detailed version of this, but are still in process and following up and collecting information from from the partners and from city staff. So I went through all of that quickly and
Question
high level.
The first bullet, funding was authorized by city, but not spent, or follow, but not spent. Like it still was in the city's coffers and just never used, or we actually allocated it to the nonprofit or the project team, and it was. I mean, I'm just not really clear.
Yeah, for this situation, it looks like it was drawn, but not, and held, but not used.
Drawn from, so the city no longer has that money.
Yeah.
Is that CDBG specifically?
This would have been non-federal money.
Are we also accounting for the federal money that's coming in, the CDBG?
That's included in the overall. That's included in the overall level of funding. We're less focused on the CDBG, the federal money, because that's been reviewed and audited separately. But certainly we're including it in the conversations.
Just to see the holistic picture, because are we also looking at vibrant community grant recipients?
So anything that went through the Affordable Housing Trust, anything that showed up as a housing program, we're looking at. So I don't know that we're looking at everything that Vibrant Communities did, but if it showed up as a housing use, then we're looking at it.
I just know some things came up as zero that we approved funds for last year.
Can you be, I'm happy to look at it. Can you be more specific?
Let's Pacham. I know at one point we approved some funds for Pacham. And I also know we've approved funds for FAR before.
Well, the funding for FAR, I think it's through the CDBG. I know they have a current active agreement with the city right now for CDBG funding.
I'm just hoping that we can have, because I know, but FAR, I know we also approved funds through, oh, okay. I think Ms. Marshall has just answered my question.
Okay.
We're happy to look into it. I'll follow up with Alex to get guidance on that.
Well, I'm just wondering about other departments in the city is where I'm going with this is Human Services also has some pots of money that is awarded to people. The CARES funding didn't necessarily come through that avenue. And so that's just, I'm hoping that this process has a pretty more holistic look at the streams and what's being accomplished with them.
I do not believe our analysis is that exhaustive. No.
And the intention behind this is to look at the CAF funding, the nonprofits that are funded, and the city's role in it, and whether the nonprofits are fulfilling the goals that they stated of why they received the money.
That is the charge as I understand it, as described to us. I think that and making sure we set up a process going forward that does that and achieves the additional goals set forth in the housing plan.
And I agree with that, but I also see where Vice Mayor McGill is coming from, especially related to Vibrant Communities funds, because we've had some of those same housing providers apply for funding through that avenue with some of the very, very similar deliverables as we have with our CAF. And so I think that's important to understand, because one of the criticisms is like some of these folks are like trying to dip in multiple avenues. And we need to make sure that we're tracking, we need to streamline that so that these service providers really have one avenue in, and then we're looking at these things holistically.
So what I hear is, a desire to include vibrant communities funding that's related. Is that, or to the same organization?
Related to similar types of initiatives, yes. Yeah, housing, producing units. Or supplemental programs or whatever, yeah. Housing.
But to
related.
basically be the same nonprofits that you're talking about here. So you can look from the nonprofits who receive money from Vibrant Community Fund for housing.
And if I could, what we'll also do, I'm almost certain the Vibrant Communities items were captured in the preliminary work that Brenda did when she was compiling the statistics. It may not have been marked, Philip, so that your team could see it separate, because you may actually be considering it all together. But we can check that. That's something we can check quickly tomorrow just to verify. And if not, then we can get you that line of Vibrant Communities awarded dollars as well. I'm actually looking to see if I can find the chart. I can't put my hands on it right at this minute.
So this is just a partial report at this time, is what you're saying?
It's
It's
not even a partial, it's just an update on what we're doing. I wouldn't call any of this report level. We are in process, and this is where we're at currently in process. So like when we get to a final version of this, we would never say funds that were authorized by, like, these are all kind of teasers. We would give you a description of this is the issue, and it would also be with recommendations. We think you should run your process like this. Like we're going to put together a series of recommendations. So right now, I mean, there's a couple things we're going to have to get into with this, which is, okay, you guys have, I mean, more than a couple, but you have a CIP, you have funding that's going to get set aside for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Are we running a single competitive process where we don't actually allocate the funding across different programs, or are we going to run a process where we've decided we're putting this amount of money into gap financing for tax credit, this amount of money for down payment assistance, this amount of et cetera for the different programs? And we're going to come back with some recommendations on that, but that's setting that allocation across programs is something's got to be set, because otherwise you have somebody doing home repairs competing with somebody building a tax credit development, and you can't score those. That's an apples and orange situation. You can't score those in the same. So we'll have to give you all some recommendations on those pieces. And then regularly recommendations on scoring criteria and process for reviewing. The scoring criteria are going to have to incorporate the equity principles and regionality principles that we put in the plan. A lot of what you all have criteria right now are good. We just have to put up, and we need to write a process of who's doing the review and what order that happens, so that it's clear how review happens and who makes how recommendations and how coordination happens. And then generally, if that's going to be able to line up with any state timelines for funding, particularly tax credits, because we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot in getting additional funding, but we also need it to line up with your own processes.
And is there a way to assess why the units, the cost per unit for new construction is different for developments? Like, is there a way to assess what is increasing certain developments at a certain rate and why?
Sure. Can we go back to the chart? There was a dot chart of the costs in different places. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I'll give a two-part answer, and one will be simple and maybe not so helpful, and the other hopefully will be more helpful. I mean, comparing individual transactions to each other, you can do that. I think that there's a couple different, like looking at the development side of it. So like this top left corner, single family, new construction rehab, you could underwrite and you can set up rules for how much it costs and how much money goes in per unit. And you can set criteria for all that. And you can set up a process for reviewing and scoring it that way, quite competitively. For multifamily, so think about the Virginia Supportive Housing, PHA, CRHA. those projects are usually underwritten to some degree that calls the question of like, this is a more expensive project because it's a premium piece of land. This is a more expensive project because we're doing very deep levels of affordability. Like having $50,000 a unit and creating a 30% AMI unit is frankly is a good public, relative to cost in other places is a good buy. But you have to look at the transaction, you have to understand, okay, it's $50,000 a unit and I only have 4% low income housing tax credit. So that's actually pretty good. Whereas 50,000 a unit, and if I was on a 9% tax credit, might be not what you're looking for. So it varies a lot and you have to basically look at it deal by deal and underwrite it. And, being direct, I don't believe that's a capacity that's been in place previously. That doesn't mean that any of these deals are necessarily bad, but there's not been that back and forth. And I think there was a statement made earlier about you can be a very good mission organization and have very good intent. You still need someone to go back and forth with you about whether you're being fiscally disciplined about what you're doing. It's not necessarily questioning whether someone has good intent. It's just some deals, it takes discipline to do some of these development deals. And I'm not saying that any of these transactions necessarily don't have that, but an underwriting and back and forth process is important whenever you're deploying public funding for any purpose. And housing is not exempt from that process. That's a very long, convoluted answer. Was that somewhat helpful?
Yeah, it was somewhat helpful. Thank you.
Sorry. But, yeah. Are there other questions? I apologize that these are very much interim results. I don't have a lot of concrete things to say to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say without more specific information and data, but I would just say I'm very curious to learn more about the issues relating to recapturing the length of affordability of our investments, whether we're successfully enforcing compliance with some of our investments, if they come with things that would have to be at least inspected to see if they're happening. I don't know if there's any of those cases, but again, particularly interested in length of affordability and what we are or are not doing with maximizing length of affordability as well as recapturing affordability should an affordability period be ending for some reason.
And so we'll give results on that. And I think, again, for your multifamily kind of scripting or your multifamily rental space, part of that, there's other funding sources are putting affordability restrictions on there and doing a lot of the monitoring. So the question becomes, do you put longer restrictions on, which often you have? And then when does your monitoring need to go into place? If somebody else is monitoring, is that sufficient? Do you want to have an agreement with them? We can say that. On your single family, this is a conversation we got in during the affordable housing planning process, but are we maintaining affordability, and in what way are we maintaining more affordability after the first household buys it? So is this a permanent affordable homeownership opportunity or not? And so we've talked about that some during the planning process, and we'll lay those out again and give options or recommendations in that space. Obviously, different partners have different business models or different philosophies on affordability, and we'll try to describe that accurately.
And then the final thing is, I'm curious, it may not be relevant to recent years' expenditures, I'm not sure, but just the situation of investing in properties that are using low-income housing tax credit money, and how often and how extensive are we seeing those investments lapse in their affordability period without anything structured at the beginning to maintain affordability for a longer period. I mean, I know we have a number of properties with expiring low-income housing tax credit affordability periods, and just what, if anything, we can do to minimize that from happening.
Sure, I think there'll be a two-part answer, and I think one part of the answer will be, these are the clauses we think in ways you should frame it when you're putting money in going forward. That'll help protect you for new deals. And then for the ones that are coming up on expiration, we can certainly make comments on where we think the greatest risk is and how you might approach it. That'll have to be unpacked a little bit deal by deal, but we can certainly flag it. I mean, it's the quick rules of thumb are pretty straightforward. Of is it owned by a for-profit organization? Is it somewhere where the rents are currently significantly higher than tax credit rents? And that actually narrows it down most places to a small subset. And that subset of for-profit ownership and significant rent deltas are really where you have to focus your energy.
If I could, I'll just add just a couple quick comments that, as mentioned when we first started on this, this was going to be one of those moments where we would have to realize that we haven't done the best job in the past, and we've definitely got a lot of work to do. Part of what we know that still has to be figured out is, of the dollars that we've given out, how much of it has gone towards operating support and less about actual unit production, because that is the case in some of the different lines of funding that's out there. So we got to figure out a way to even map that on a different chart than the cost per unit, because the asks that are being made are not necessarily being made tied to a certain number of units. So we need to align those moments, because that's probably not the best way to do that if we want to be able to say that every dollar we have going out is either preserving a unit or producing a unit. I don't think we've done that specifically well in the past. And as Philip has discussed systems, that's part of where we're going to have to align some of our efforts going forward.
I know in the past, there have been organizations that have said that some of the costs associated that they couldn't get other funding for, that they would utilize city money for that. So if they're doing the work that is outlined by council that they want done, council wants done, then I think if that type of situation comes up, that we should support it. But it shouldn't be a space where we're only like funding the organization, or the majority of funds is going only towards the organization and not the work that's been laid out. So I hope that we are, that you all are able to look at that and determine when it's appropriate and when it ultimately helps the organization deliver on the goal set.
I'm going to repeat back what I think I just heard there, which I think I heard is, it's not that you never want to support an organization, because they might need flexible funding to achieve what you're asking them to do, but that's got to be tied closely to them producing units or having the impact you're asking for. So it's almost got to be like an admin fee or some kind of cost that goes with production, because they need flexible capital, and you need recommendations on what is appropriate there and how to evaluate it. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm thinking of a lot of examples, but I've used these examples in the past. And so I think people pretty much know where I stand. Like keeping an organization afloat should not be our goal if they're not delivering. And I think what ultimately, once this report is finished, the community will see is that we haven't been mindful at all regarding the funds that we are allocating, and we need to be more, mindful. And, organizations have pretty much decided like what they are doing. And if it's not producing housing that we need for the city, that we need to make sure that who we are investing in is producing the housing and helping us to meet those affordable housing goals that we've set.
Are we also looking at the affordable inventory from developments?
Yes.
Approved?
Yes. So we are looking at the affordable development. And so part of what was used to make this chart is looking, starting to count the units and keep track of which units, okay, for those units, which ones created, which ones are still affordable, which ones we're not sure if they're still affordable, which ones are we know for sure they're not affordable because it's either expired or there's a resale on it, or there was no affordability requirement built into the process. So part of what we are trying to get to is close to a comprehensive inventory of your affordable units and their expiration dates. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, from like private development that came through the SUP process.
I don't know if that would be included in it.
Yeah, we keep track of those.
I just think that would be a nice thing to have alongside to kind of see through the SUP process and comparative, are we getting more affordability and units permanently or long-term or deeper affordability by having someone pay into the housing trust fund versus providing temporary short-term affordable units at 80%?
Historically, private developers, they've opted to pay into the trust fund instead of providing on-site or scattered units. But in the past couple of years, not a whole lot, but we are seeing some developers opting to provide the actual units as opposed to paying into the affordable housing fund. But nevertheless, for those units, we are keeping track of those. We don't have a whole lot of those at this point, but staff is keeping track of those units that are coming from the private developers.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? All right, well, thank you for hanging out with us for going into the second day, and thanks for the update. And this is one report that I'm really interested in seeing the final version of, so.
We look forward to submitting a full and final report and appreciate the support and guidance we've got through the process. And hopefully you all get to go to bed soon.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, we have Community Development Block Grant, CDBG Home Program Task Force.
All right, so Joe, am I able to share my screen?
Sure, Sam, 1 second. All right, you should be able to share now.
All right, so.
You know there's only 8 slides, Sam.
Yes, there's only 8 slides, and I'm going to try to go fast because it is tomorrow. So this is the continuation of the work session from earlier this month, just focusing on the task forces that we use and just looking at how those are being utilized today. But I just wanted to point out just in my observations of the short time that I've been here and just looking at this space that I've spent some time in, just giving you the reactions to it, that routinely a task force model don't necessarily help to meet the regulatory conditions, because typically what you're doing is just simply allowing community members to pick projects, and they don't necessarily always know all the details that go into executing. And that's a failure on the part of the entities that are pulling these task forces together if they're not teaching them that. But one of the things that we want to try to make sure of is that we can always meet the regulatory conditions when we're dealing with federal funds. Timeliness is a huge concern. It is what we get into trouble for all the time. And it is not something that's just only a problem facing the city of Charlottesville. It's all over the country. There are always write-ups across the country of cities and groups not necessarily getting their money spent. So timeliness is a big deal and something we have to focus a lot of attention on. Where we tend to see issues is where staff recommendations are not necessarily viewed as expert. And that's really a problem, because then you start to get projects selected that didn't really get the full filter that they deserve in order for us to not move on them or to actually pick something else instead. What we do find in these models is that the same organizations tend to get funds over and over because it's their public perception that outweighs whether or not it's a quality proposal. I know from comments that I've actually seen and heard, our own planning commission questions what their role is in looking at home and CDBG items. And then it does appear to be redundant to have them as a community-based group along with the task force group to look at considerations for how to spend some of the dollars. So what I did was I pulled together a sample of how we make things happen. And this isn't exactly how it works, but I just wanted to use this just as an illustrative way of demonstrating that that first column where it says applicants, those are just potential applications that come in. The second column is how the task force may grade it, a score of 90 to a 70. Planning Commission says yes to everything that the task force pretty much says. Very little changes happen, if at all. But if you go back and look at what the staff was recommending on those actual proposals, you'll see that then in multiple cases, they might have said there was a reason to not fund them, and they gave them significant reasons as to why they shouldn't have been selected. But those things were not necessarily taken into consideration. And then you look at an actual example of how we get ourselves into trouble. So the Franklin Street sidewalks is something that you all have heard about before. It was selected by the Belmont Committee in 2017. We've had to reallocate money before. We are right now in the process of reallocating funds back to this project, and we still have a timeliness concern. Engineering complications exist today in order for us to be able to move forward. The reality is it shouldn't have been selected. To proceed, we actually have to condemn property, which is a time-consuming process, a more complicated process. And what we've also found is that some residents don't even want the sidewalks today. So we're actually in the process of forcing a project to move forward, and we cannot meet our timeliness requirement that is set for May of 2022 because we selected a project that we shouldn't have selected in the first place. This would be a process failure. So this is what I spend a lot of my time doing, just trying to figure out where are the failures and how do we come up with ways to fix them. And again, as I mentioned, timeliness is consistent around the country as a problem. But the third bullet there is projects should remain focused on low income priorities. That's something that I've heard Ms. Joy say. I wish she were on here so she could hear me tooting that horn for her, but it is definitely something that we need to look at because typically the task force don't necessarily look at using home and CDBG money for low income priorities, even though we're in a low income or a moderate income census tract. The projects themselves don't necessarily uplift the larger community that make up that particular census tract. And usually what you see with task forces around the country when they were really being used in a significant way is they were used when there was no CIP available. The city wasn't necessarily doing CIP oriented work, taking in projects on a regular basis that could come in recommended by the community at large. They would utilize a task force concept. But since we do have a CIP process, albeit not exactly what we want it to be and where some projects go to die, it's not what we're striving for, but because it exists, we actually don't necessarily need the task force system that we have in place to work the way that it does. And as I mentioned, the Planning Commission doesn't necessarily understand why they're involved at all. But I think the main thing I'm pointing out in this review of where we are is that the staff recommendation is routinely overlooked. And to me, that's problematic, especially because we find the result of that is that we've had to recapture funds multiple times. We're definitely reprogramming dollars, and we don't really get additional timeliness, a timeliness window when we are doing these things. So this really feels more like a self-inflicted process. This is where we stand right now. With our current funding situation. We have a little over $400,000 in our CDBG allocation. We have $84,000 in active home projects that have been awarded. These are projects, 8 projects that are being performed between July 21 to June 22. So that's a total of $518,000 that we have right now. $204,000 are actually committed to this Franklin Street sidewalk in FY23. So July 1st, we'll be adding another $245,000 to this bucket. And we already know that we can't hit the timeliness measure in May of 22. This is not going to be a project that makes sense for us to move forward on. So the recommendation that we're making today is that we actually cancel this project, de-obligate those funds, and then reallocate it to eligible priority projects that we can get completed between now and May 22. We feel confident that we have a list that's being developed right now that can get that done. And what we've got to do for going forward is we got to make sure that all these projects, as they're selected, they align with the consolidated plan and that we're adhering to the HUD guidelines. And we're always taking into account a timeliness factor. We should be able to project how long we think a project is going to take and be able to help select those projects based on knowing that it can meet that timeliness criteria. Otherwise, it just cannot be selected. Even though it could be significant sentiment that we want this project to happen, those kinds of projects have to be identified years in advance and teed up if that's what we want to do. But we cannot select a project this year that we expect to be done next year that we know cannot be done for at least 2 years. It just doesn't make sense. And we always have to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity to integrate other city departments, because that's what we found out on the Franklin Sidewalk project, that once we bring in Public Works and we have to then factor in that project getting done on their schedule of all the other projects that have to get done. We didn't necessarily know that on the front end. And we definitely know that the task force group would never have any idea how much time that's going to take. So we got to be able to make sure we manage that. And then, as I mentioned in the first phase of this conversation on the 6th, when we were talking, that we definitely need to have administrative dollars set aside. And there has been questions at times of whether or not we should save the 15% that we're allowed by HUD to reserve. It is my position that we always need to pull in that 15% because we need to support our own internal operations, as you've just heard from Philip, and that's 20%. I made a mistake. It should be 20% and not 15%. But as we heard from Philip, is that we need to do better at what we're doing. And the only way to do that is we're going to have to increase the number of staff hands available to help us get this work done. So quickly, recommendations that we have is that we need to update our approach to community planning. We have to elevate the staff recommendation as expert, and we need to layer more expertise in meeting our regulatory conditions. So we're going to be looking to do more technical assistance and capacity building for the various residents that make up the task forces. But the suggestion that I'm making to you is that we should take these task forces and make them staff advisory groups. And that way they are hearing options, or we're making presentations of projects, and they're then able to prioritize those projects with us, and not necessarily have them continue in the frame of mind that they're thinking that they're making the decision on what is what, because without some of the internal factors and the information that we have, those will never really make it to executable projects, and we'll be back in the same place with timeliness issues where we're having to come back and ask you to cancel the project. And we do need to redirect more projects to the appropriate places like the CIP, to the departments directly, or to external sources if they're just things that can't be met with these particular funds that we have as home and CDBG. So I know I was quick, but I wanted to at least get this done because we've been talking about it for a little bit, and allow you to ask any questions.
Do you want to put the recommendation sheet back up? Is there something?
Don't do that. I'll put the recommendations back up. There we go.
And what do you need from us?
So we know that, well, the task forces are in the city code, so we would have to do an update to codes. My thought is that we'll have to bring that back for later action. Because what I wanted at this moment was maybe a head nod or a yes that this makes sense, or if there were questions or heartburn from anything that I've shared, then at least we can take that under advisement.
Okay. My one question would be in terms of converting. So it would become an all staff body, or would more staff be added to and some of the other seats changed?
Well, what we would say is that the body could stay this community-based, community-centered. The members of the community are participating, but it's a staff advisory function. So they are telling staff how to prioritize the projects that we actually bring to them, instead of it being more of an open general process that a project could get pulled basically out of the sky. It'll be more of, we factored in where timeliness fits, if that project can actually happen or not, and then who the potential partner is, whether or not that's the right partner for us to work with. So it'll be more of them choosing from a list of approvable type projects.
To avoid projects you referenced.
Right. So we don't find ourselves stuck like we are right now.
Can we make sure that we also provide a way that's easy for the community to make recommendations or present problems so that staff would consider those as projects and again, evaluate whether or not the CDBG is the right place for them or if it's again, someplace else. But just so that there's an easy, open way for people to make suggestions about the community they're living in.
Yes, I think that's what we're beginning to talk about. We're trying to figure out how do we have this rolling ability for people to submit community level projects that they would like to see worked on that may be outside of the CIP schedule for what we're doing, so that we can always take a look at those, and we'll always have this rolling list of potential projects. If we found ourselves stuck with another project that was not meeting timeliness, we have a list to go back to. And then as they're coming in, we can be evaluating them for if this is something that we can get done quickly or not, or we may even have to take it back to the group and present it to them as to why this is not the kind of project that we can do in a timely manner, and maybe it needs to go to CIP or it has to be broken up into 2 or 3 projects instead.
And the way that this, what would be the process of the report to council in the future?
I think we could do an annual report. And we could do more than that, but I think an annual report would still be the right thing for us to do as a body that is advising the city on how to utilize the funds that are coming in as entitlement funds. I think it's appropriate to do that. And we just sum it up that way. Just demonstrate for you what kinds of projects came in, which ones were we able to accept or not, and which ones did we get done.
I mean, the reason it comes back so much right now is because of timeliness issues and we have to keep readjusting.
Yeah. Yeah, we're spending a lot of time just kind of moving around and around and around on the same stuff and not necessarily doing the kind of evaluative work to figure out what else should we be doing? What else can we do? How could we use that money to reach another area that we haven't been able to get to?
I only raised a flag when these things kept coming back with just minor adjustments, and and Erin was became more open when we were asking questions around. I know a couple of us reached out to her directly, and I'm just really appreciate you taking the leadership capacity that you have and like digging into this and like putting something in front of us and being so firm about it. I think she's going to certainly appreciate that moving forward. So my head is nodding yes. So.
The only comment is the same one I made for the hack discussion is just whatever that happy space is between, making sure that citizens are able to provide input, but not able to dictate everything, and that staff members are valued, and that their expertise are listened to and heard, and it's not assumed that whatever comes through is mandatory for staff. And I mean, people talk to us at times like we don't even have a choice in what we consider. So I understand that, but the public engagement and keeping it, even as if we switch this approach to the direction that you're talking about, and these dollars going to more, the low income causes, and you said joy, and they're going to have a lot of feedback that they're going to want to provide on what that looks like. So just making sure that we're, the city is listening and open to that.
Right, and it is a balance that we have to strike. I mean, and we're mandated to seek the community input. That's a HUD mandate, so we won't lose that. It's more of trying to frame how we better utilize that input. And then when we're actually taking on a project, then we know we have an endorsement of the community that's going to be receiving that.
I think that balance, whatever it looks like, there are several areas, this being one, hack being one, where we're still trying to figure out what that balance looks like, is something that still needs some effort and to achieve.
I agree with that.
Okay. So it seems like there is a proposal. I mean, there are head nods to move forward here.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back with that update to the city code in regards to the task force then.
All
I
right.
can't say good night, so I'll say good morning.
Well, not yet. You leaving?
No.
Is there any other business? Nope. Okay. Matters by the public.
Anybody would like to address council, please click your raise hand icon. I see no hands.
Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah.
Oh, we have hands.
So close.
We have Brandon Collins. Brandon, you're on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council. I can't resist the urge this late in the night to comment. I actually was fascinated by the last presentation, Mr. Sanders. That was one of the best PowerPoints I've ever seen on CDBG. And I will relay your thoughts to Ms. Joy Johnson for sure. What I mainly want to say is, Mayor Walker, I wish I had something deeply prolific to say to you, but I've just been amazed by the work you've done. I'm struck by those times where I've disagreed with you and then come around a few weeks later on stuff. I don't know why I even bother disagreeing with you sometimes, but I just wanted to thank you for your service. You've done a lot for this community. It's going to take a while for everybody to realize just how much you've brought to this community. So thank you very much. The rest of you, there's a lot of fear out here of what the next few years is going to bring. The priorities for affordable housing, and this shifting away from that has a lot of us frightened. This wedge that's being attempted to be driven between the schools and affordable housing is frightening to many of us. We've got a lot of work to do. There's an affordable housing crisis. There was one. The pandemic has exacerbated it. And as you've seen, we've got a whole lot of work to do. And we really need your support moving forward. No ifs, ands, or buts. Mayor Walker, again, appreciate your support for affordable housing, as well as your support for sanity and safety during this pandemic. I think people overlook that. It's getting really rough out here. People are struggling just as much, if not more, than they were a year ago. There's a lot of fear that despite some of the hard work we've done over the past year, there's still folks who aren't housed, that can't pay their bills, that are worried about their health, that are going to lose loved ones. And I just hope that someone on this council can step up and be as forceful about the pandemic as Mayor Walker has been as well. So my time's running out. I think I get to be the last person to say congratulations, Mayor Walker. We'll see you on the other side, and we'll join in the streets and make some shit happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon.
And next we have Rosia Parker. Rosia, you're on with the council. You have 3 minutes.
Snook, since you don't remember interviewing me, I've been applying to the PCRB board since 2020, June 2020, November 2020, July 21, November 29th of 21. I don't see how you don't understand how you didn't interview me. But when you look in the ordinance, it says disadvantaged communities, public housing. I am a public housing resident. I am a victim, also / survivor of police brutality. Not only am I that, but the resolution, myself, Katrina Turner, Harold Foley, and Mr. James, we were the 4 that wrote the resolution before it came to pass in city council. So that's why I fight. And I'm not an activist, just an activist. I am a community leader. I've done plenty of work in Charlottesville before 2017. Before 2017 named me activist. I am a community leader. Right now, I have several certificates under my name. So you need to get it right about activists. And you talking about NACO said don't hire activists. NACO trained me. So I know NACO didn't tell you that. So I would like to see that. So I want to say either y'all can offer me my appointment or you can offer me my money. Merry Christmas. Thank you and have a good holiday.
Thank you. All right. Doesn't appear to be any other speakers, so meeting adjourned. Thank you all.